Hold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in the Republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor, glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our county and of those interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. So members, once again, welcome to our deliberations this morning, whereby what we are discussing, we have given it a topic, fictitious payment. And before we start, we are going to do introductions. I'll start with myself. I'm H.E Albert, Chairman, Ad-hoc Committee. So we're going to do introduction from my right.
My name is Fredrick Kirui, member to this committee.
Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Francis Terer, member of this committee.
H.E Eng is my name. I represent the great people of Ainamoi and a member of this committee.
Matthew, MCHI member of the committee.
Anita Biegon, representing the people of Chemo Southward and a member of this committee.
Okay, thank you, Mheshimiwa. So, Your Excellency, this committee has 9 members. We are still waiting for other 3 members. That is Richard Langat, Paul Chirchir, and Monica Chelagat. So on my right, Your Excellency, we have our secretariat, and I want to believe that you know them. So we are going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Then after that, we will start our session.
Thank you.
For the record.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Mheshimiwa Albert,
Yes.
Honorable members of the County Assembly of Kericho, and all the other team in the Secretariat. I want first of all to say good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Engineer Fredrick Kirui, Deputy Governor, Kericho County. And I'm here today through an invitation letter from the County Assembly, which was addressed to me from the clerk of the County Assembly of Kericho, dated 18th July 2025.
Okay, Your Excellency, before you go there, what I only required is introduction and name only first, and then after that I will read for you the terms of reference as to why we are here, and then after that you will take an vote, and then we proceed. So it was just a name first.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Your Excellency, allow me to give you the reasons as to why we are here, the terms of reference, and this is as per your letter that you sent to this assembly on 10th. You did send a letter to this assembly on 10th July 2025 with the subject petition for inquiry into fictitious payment and undelivered goods in Kericho County Government. I will not read all the content of that letter, but allow me to read almost the last paragraph, which says that the actions represent a blatant breach of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, especially Section 66, 68, 150, and 176, which safeguard public resources against misuse, misinterpretation, and collusion. You gave us a list of companies which are allegedly involved, and it is attached to your letter. You also say that in light of these concerns, you respectively asked the County Assembly to undertake the following. The first one was to move a motion to compel the County Assembly, the County Executive, to submit relevant procurement records for review. And that is what brought us here. We did form another committee on 16th July 2025 with the terms of reference. And if you can allow me to read, the first one is to verify the existence and registration status of the companies alleged to have received payments as per your letter, a list of companies. The second term of reference was thus to establish whether the companies participated in any formal procurement process. The third one was to investigate the nature and status of goods and services purportedly procured and whether they are in the procurement plan. The fourth term of reference was to ascertain the amount paid to the said companies, whether it was budgeted, and the approving officers involved. Another one is evaluate any breaches of law, policy, or procedure in the said transactions. So the total amount paid to the said companies for any works done or services provided to the county since 2022 to date. And then the last one is to recommend appropriate administrative, legal, and policy actions, including potential recoveries. So, Your Excellency, what we are going to do today is for you at least to share with us what you heard, and if you have any evidences that will support. Because as we speak, you are the whistleblower. You are the one who did you are the one who provided all those companies. So allow me, Your Excellency, to request you to take an vote so that we proceed. Wakili.
I, Engineer Fred Kirui, Deputy Governor, Kericho County, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Excellency. So, Your Excellency, as you sit, so we are going to start our session right away. And I will request that you take us through now that list that you forwarded to the Assembly. You have requested the documentations, so we are going to confirm whether it tallies with what you said. So you can proceed, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Albert, the Chair of this Ad-hoc Committee. I am here through an invitation letter dated 18th July 2025, addressed to me as the Deputy Governor of Kericho County. This letter, as you've stated, was actually through a motion that created the Ad-hoc Committee to investigate an alleged fictitious payment by our county government. Through my letter dated 10th July, which I had addressed to Honorable Speaker, Dr. Patrick Mutai, and the subject was petition for inquiry into fictitious payments and undelivered goods in Kericho County government. And as you've stated in my letter that I addressed to this Honorable House, there are things that I requested that the House to undertake. And as you've stated, I want to go through what I had written in my letter to the County Assembly. I trust this letter finds you well. I'm writing to bring to your attention serious allegations of procurement and financial irregularities within Kericho County government, which warrant urgent action by the County Assembly. Information available suggests that public funds have been paid to certain companies that did not participate in the formal tendering process, and moreover, failed to supply the goods and services for which they were ostensibly contracted. This action represents a blatant breach of the Public Procurement 68, 150, and 176, which safeguards against misuse, misrepresentation, and collusion. The list of companies allegedly involved is attached this letter. In light of these concerns, I respectfully urge the County Assembly to undertake the following. Move a motion to compel the County Executive to submit relevant procurement records for review. Initiate a full inquiry into the matter by the Assembly Public Account Committee, Investment and Investments Committee. Recommend that appropriate actions be taken against responsible officers, including referral to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, that is EACC. Ensure any illegally paid funds are recovered in accordance with the law. I concluded by saying I'm confident in your leadership and your commitment to upholding the integrity of county governance. It is my hope that this matter will receive urgent attention and be accorded the transparency it deserves. Thank you very much. That was my letter to the Honorable Speaker.
Yes, yes.
And the list of companies
Attached.
that I submitted, I didn't number them. We have Bitworld Holdings Limited, which received a payment of, on 3rd of October 2024, of 365,278. We have Spike Investment Limited. These companies that I'm reading received payment from the retention account. So what we expect is that these companies must have done works before. Yes. And that is why probably their monies were retained. There was a retention.
The 10%.
So the 10% was now being paid.
Yes.
We have Spike.
So, Your Excellency, because
the list is.
We have all the list here.
We have the list.
Yes, sir.
So then we have also the other companies that were not paid from this retention account, but supplied.
Your Excellency, we have consulted for the purpose of record. You can proceed and read the companies.
Thank you. So the first company that I had said from the retention account was Bitworld Holdings Limited, which was paid on 3rd of October 2024, an amount of 365,278. We have Spike Investment Limited, which was paid on the same date, 3rd October 2024, an amount of 383,065. We have Green 80 Limited, paid on 3rd, 459,759. We have Mengro Products Limited, which was paid on 8th of October, an amount of 430.60 cents. We have Hildama Construction and Supplies Limited, which was paid on 15th October, an amount of 422,670. We have Brissac Construction and Supplies Limited, which was paid on 15th, an amount of 417,456,000. We have Mengro again Products Limited, which was paid on 15th October 2024, 496,860. We have Cherire Holdings Limited, which was paid on 15th October, 260,419. We have Mengro again, Products Limited, which was paid on 15th, an amount of 395,028. We have Brire Limited, which was paid on 15th, an amount of 389,752. We have Mengro, again, Products Limited, which was paid on 15th, an amount of 312,079. We have Green 80 Limited, again, which was, as I've mentioned there, which was paid again on 15th, an amount of 416,034. We have Prospera Ventures Limited, which was paid on 15th, an amount of 370,199. We have Cherire, again, Holdings Limited, which was paid the Honorable Senator, who is also the majority leader.
Yes, yes.
And in my letter, who is also the majority leader.
Yes, yes.
And in my letter to the County Executive, which I want to read,
Yes.
Honorable Jackson Robb, the County Executive Committee member for Finance, which is also dated 10th, I had written the following. I'm writing to formally request access to procurement and payment documentation concerning specific transaction within the Kericho County Government involving companies alleged to have received public funds without undergoing the prescribed tendering process and without delivering the goods or services for which payment was issued. This request is made pursuant to the principle of transparency and accountability as outlined in the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, particularly Section 66, which prohibits fraudulent practices in procurement, Section 150, which governs contract administration and delivery compliance, and Section 68, which requires proper documentation of procurement proceedings. In light of the above, I respectfully request that your office provide access to the following: copies of tender advertisements, bidding documents, and pre-qualification records for the referenced companies, award letters or contract issued to said companies, delivery notes, inspection reports, and acceptance certificates for goods and services allegedly supplied, payment vouchers and transaction details for the relevant fiscal periods. These documents will facilitate greater understanding of the procurement procedures followed and verify the legitimacy of the transactions. Given the seriousness of these claims, I respectfully urge your office to conduct a comprehensive audit of all payment issued during the relevant fiscal period, with a particular focus on verifying the tender history of recipient companies. Additionally, I request that the findings of such an audit to be made public to ensure county residents that financial accountability remains a top priority. The people of Kericho County expect their elected officials and public servants to uphold the principles of good governance and trust that your office will take immediate steps to clarify these issues and ensure due process is followed moving forward. I trust that you will treat these requests with the seriousness, urgency, and diligence it requires, and provide the requested information within the timelines allowed under the Access to Information Act 2016. Please find attached the company's reference for submission of the above request. Thank you very much.
Okay,
so this is a letter which I did to the county
Finance
CC. They've not acknowledged whether they received my letter.
Yes.
And so these documents that I requested have not been provided to me.
Okay. So which means now we are supposed now to compel them to provide.
Much obliged, the chair.
Okay, thank you. So another question is that
I think further to that,
yes,
I think I did mention that I did another letter to EACC.
Yes.
And I think probably I can also share
can only give us a copy so that, if possible.
Yeah, I think I can share a copy. So I did a letter again on the same date.
Yes.
That is on 10th to EACC. and I attention my letter to the Secretary, the Executive Officer, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Integrity Center, that is Mr. Abdi Mohamud. And in my letter, request for investigation into fictitious payment and non-delivered goods in Kericho County. I'm writing to formally raise concerns regarding alleged financial and procurement irregularities within Kericho County government. Specifically, there are reports indicating that public funds have been disbursed to companies that neither participated in the official tendering process nor supplied the goods for which payments was made. These alleged transactions not only violate the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, but also suggest possible collusion and mismanagement of public resources, which undermines the principle of transparency, accountability, and service delivery within the county. I respectfully urge the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate the following: identification of companies that receive payment without undergoing proper tender procedures, verification of whether the goods paid were delivered, and if not, who authorized these payments, establishing of whether county official or staff acted outside their legal mandate to approve these transactions. Kericho residents deserve efficient and honest leadership. I believe your intervention will help restore confidence in our public institutions. I trust the EACC will handle this matter with the urgency, diligence, and integrity it deserves, and will ensure that those found culpable are held accountable in accordance with the law. Please find attached the company's reference for investigation. Thank you very much. Based on this, I have received through
EACC.
There was a communication, a reply of a letter.
From EACC.
A reply of a letter by the county, our county secretary, acting county secretary, Mr. Kirui, replying to a letter. I don't have the letter myself. I didn't receive the letter, but I think the letter must have come to.
Also, EACC sent the letter to the county government.
To the county government.
Through county secretary.
Through the county secretary.
And then the county secretary replied that letter.
Replied the letter. That I just received a copy of his reply.
But you did not receive.
But I did not receive a letter from EACC indicating that there was a letter which came, but I was not informed that
they have been given a letter.
They've been given a letter.
Yeah.
So I want to share again that letter that was replied.
Yes, yes. Share with us.
Yeah. So in the reply of the letter to EACC, request for information and investigation. Your correspondence reference, that I think that's now the letter, EACC Nakuru 615 volume 4 volume 1 131 dated 11 July acknowledged. The county government of Kericho commits to respond within the set timelines. However, it's noted that some of the companies enlisted specific tender under the investigation. That is the reply from the county secretary.
Yes.
We hereby ask the commission to submit a revised list with full details of the tender. Enclosed is the highlighted part of the list mentioned. It was not clear, the letters that highlighted the companies.
Okay, so we have seen it. So which means they were not able to provide from number 22 to number 39.
That is now communication to
EACC.
To EACC. I cannot comment to. That tells you that EACC received my letter, and they acted promptly by sending a letter, which I think the county government have responded by also, which to me, if a company which was paid by the county government, you don't have documents that are being asked, then who should provide the documents? Because you are asking somebody who is asking you to give, you are asking him to give proper, and you are the one who paid. That tells you, first of all, that from this letter, already there is a problem. You've paid Engineer Fred a certain amount, and you don't know that you've paid that person. So, Chair, I think from that in itself, it tells you that already there is a problem.
What made you to believe that?
So I think I also addressed a letter to which senator, I think,
Our senator.
during a public function, he did. So I think my letter that I addressed to the senator, dear honorable senator, I trust this letter finds you well. I'm writing to bring to your attention serious procedures as outlined in the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Furthermore, the goods and services purportedly practices undermine public accountability, erode confidence in life.
Anti-Corruption Commission, whether that you attach the whole list, because according to the response from the county secretary to the EACC, they were not able to tell us about the four or five companies on supply of raw materials, that is soya, maize, sunflower, and cotton.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That is what I have noted, and I want to confirm from your end whether that when you are sending the letter, you attach the whole list.
I attached. Thank you very much, Honorable Matthew. I attached the whole list. Even me, when I received the letter that was communicated back to EACC, because I had not received the letter from EACC, so I was not able to, of course, comment. But the list included all the companies. But the list that is in response to EACC is excluding certain companies. But the list that I attached is the one that I have given. That is the official.
The full list.
The full list
that we have.
Yeah. Including the ones that supplied soya.
Raw materials.
The raw materials, soya, maize, sunflower, and that. So it included that.
Your Excellency, allow also Mheshimiwa Ezronia to just say something.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Engineer. Maybe in addition to what Honorable Matthew is saying, is that I think on what is your comment on the response by the County Secretary to the EACC that they do not have the specific tender under the investigation, and those tenders are from 22 to 35. So you see, when it is retention, you have to attach the due when you are writing to them. The due attach the tender number so that they can respond on the same. Because the reason why I believe the reason why they say, however, it is noted that some of the companies enlisted therein do not have the specific tender under the investigation, and I believe that those under retention. Did you attach the tender number?
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Ezron. I think the names of the companies are there. And since the county government is the one paying, go to county government today and say, and let's say you feed Engineer Fred Kirui, it will be indicating payment for being the deputy governor. So if you go to, let's say a company, I give an example at Bitwall Holdings Limited, if you just type and you have the date that the payment was made, all those details are supposed to be with the county government. And you see, as a person who communicated this, I think Chair had asked how probably I got hold of this information.
See, from your letter, you said that we compel them to provide.
Yes,
sir. But members, we can allow him to finish.
Yeah. So I think
so that
probably
so that we start asking the question.
See, I'm the deputy governor for this county. And being the deputy governor, you always access to information. I talk to you members, I talk to the members of the public. I get to talk to everybody. And therefore, information is something which I'm privileged to get. So how I got the information should not be a worry to anybody. Our worry is to find out whether this money was paid, whether there was fictitious payment.
Okay,
How we got the information should not be our business now. Our business is, was this money lost?
Okay, thank you. So Your Excellency, so as we speak, you don't have any documents?
I don't have any documents. My documents are the letters that
Okay. So
and that is why I compelled this House from my letter
to compel the executive?
to compel the executive, because even if I had a document, it will be illegal, because I could have snatched from the county.
The office.
But you see, being given a company that this one was paid on this date is sufficient on that.
Okay, so there is a question that I did ask. What made you believe that this payment was fictitious? That word, fictitious.
You see, the person who, or the people who brought this information, they didn't just come. I must have carried out some, this thing started long ago. And I had also to make sure that whatever I will communicate is not something that will be hearsay. It is something that is watertight.
So you are saying that you confirmed after doing your own research?
After doing my own
Yes.
research. So I want also you to carry your own research and tell the people of Kericho County whether their deputy lied.
Okay, another question is that each and every year there is annual procurement plan.
Yes.
And you as one of the members of the cabinet, did you participate in approving 2024-2025 financial year procurement plan?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry to say that ever since I joined this county, I've never been shared the procurement plan for this county. My office has never received.
Okay, so have you sat in one of the cabinets?
I've sat severally in the
whereby they are
cabinet.
discussing annual procurement plan?
I've sat in the cabinet, and my position has always been very clear, that please, let us follow the law. Let us follow the law, and let us make sure that whatever we are doing should be within the law.
But what I'm saying is that, have you sat one day in a cabinet whereby they are approving now the annual procurement plan? Especially this one,
I didn't sit in this one.
24-25.
Yeah, I didn't.
So what if the executive send annual procurement plan and all these supplies is inside there? Are we going to say that it is also fictitious?
That is why.
If it is appearing in annual.
That is why I've said in my letter,
yes,
that you do it is like an investigation. And an investigation, I think this house also participates in passing the annual procurement plan.
What we approve is annual development plan.
That is it.
But annual procurement plan is being approved by the cabinet.
By the cabinet.
It is sent to the Treasury and PPRA.
That is
So
it.
what I'm saying, what if all these supplies is inside that annual procurement plan? Are you going to believe that it is fictitious?
That's why I'm saying it is an investigation. Right. Whatever you find should be made public.
Okay.
And what I will be requesting is that everybody should be invited, including these contractors.
Yes.
Because we want to find the truth. Nothing but the truth.
Okay, another question so that I give it to Matthew is that county government pay through IFMIS, so which means that there must be a requisition, sourcing, until something is being paid through the system.
That is it.
Do you believe that, or you don't believe that that process was done? From requisitions to
from my preliminary
yes.
Findings, I want to put it categorically. I think this house has been carrying out a very serious pending bills
investigation,
because I'm privy to it, being a resident and also being the deputy governor. And I want to assure and probably give you a challenge as a house that The good contractors, we have very good contractors and who do their work properly. They go through the tendering process, they do their work. Their documents are used to get all the way to the IB. Then the money is brought. Those contractors are not paid. They come now and cook. If you can look at these figures, you know, what first of all brings you to something that there is some suspicion is the figure. Everything is below 3 million. Everything is below 3 million.
To fit
RFQs. And probably what I am told is called cash. It is more or less like a cash. It doesn't go through the rigorous, the normal. Somebody can be paid. So if it is you, for example, Chair,
yes, sir.
You've done work, sorry, and your work has been taken all the way up to IFMIS, the money should come and you are paid.
Yes.
But they will use your name to go up to there. The money is brought, but they will pay to Matthew.
So what you are saying is that is during requisition of payments.
Yes.
But what I was saying is that requisitions of goods and supplies. For example, a CEO must send a requisition to the procurement, head of procurement, at least to approve that this department want to procure the following goods. Then after that, it is being sourced. Then it follows that process to the end. So what I was saying is that these goods and services that were supplied, does it mean the process from requisitions was not followed?
Was not followed. Because first of all, there must be a communication. There must be a way that these companies are first of all sourced. Then how are these companies invited now to? For bidding. There must be either a phone call, there must be an email to the company, then the company will return. That's why I've compelled the county executive to say, where was the opening? When was the closing date for this tender? Where are the minutes for the opening? Where are the minutes for the evaluation? Where are the pictures for people if there are tents? For example, there is somebody who supplied tents. Where was that meeting? You know, there are even for pictorials, because the contractor will come here, will be told, where was this meeting? That person should be able to say, the meeting was at Kibruwood Stadium. Here is the photo. And even the deputy governor attended, so-and-so attended. So you see, those are things that now we are compelling. I'm asking this House to compel the executive to provide.
Okay, so Mheshimiwa Martin.
Okay, I'm still concerned about the letter that you did to EACC using the address of 112, that is 2200 Kericho, that is the code. Your Excellency, if I may ask this question, you might be thinking it is harsh, but I want to ask you, when did you find, or what can you tell us? Because I remember, or according to the letters that we have here, the EACC responded to your letter that you wrote or sent to county government, to the county secretary on 15th. Is it possible that you can tell this committee you have not checked your entry in your office, so that we might be having the letter in your office, but since we want to get from your end, when did you check your entry? Because sometimes I want to know whether that you have checked your entry to confirm that the Abdi Mohammed has not responded to you directly and through the county secretary. I want to just know from your end.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
If you look at the date of my letter, was 10th. EACC responded on 15th. The letter from the county assembly is dated 18th. So it means my entry I check every day.
Mheshimiwa Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Governor, His Excellency, Engineer Fredrick Kirui, to this committee. I think, Chairman, we are faced with unprecedented, scenarios where a Deputy Governor, a second in command, becoming a whistleblower in the government that he serves as the second in command. Nonetheless, however strange it is, Chair, we are here. We found ourselves in such a scenario. I think it has never happened anywhere, but I want to thank the Deputy Governor also. My question is, Chair, this is the Deputy Governor. This government belongs, is part and parcel of the county executive. I was telling aloud, Chair, that have you ever requested for this information within the system? As a Deputy Governor seated in your office, you have issues with some of these, companies and some of these supplies. Have you ever internally requested for this information, especially from the officers, the officers that are under you? Because as a Deputy Governor, you are the second in command. You are second to the governor. So any other officer is below you. So my question here is that before you go public, writing letters to the County Assembly, EACC, the Senate, have you ever had an opportunity to request for this information from your juniors? Because those are your juniors. Probably when the governor is not there, I know they report to you. Have you ever asked for this information within the internal structures of that system? If so, what was the reply before you go public? I think that is my concern, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Cheruiyot. I think I indicated on my opening remarks that I have a letter that I had addressed to the CEC Finance. And, it's good practice usually that when you receive...
Chair, maybe to interject, when was the date of the letter that you wrote to the CEC in charge of finance?
It's on 10th.
10th
of July, the same date.
The same date that you did send to the County Assembly.
Yeah.
So initially, have you ever requested for this information before 10th of July?
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. I've told you that I received this information around April. April, May there, towards the end of May. So I had to internalize myself first. Internalize and look at the magnitude of this. And because of openness of what I have myself, when we were sworn into office, each one of us signed an integrity. I'm sure even all of you signed an integrity code of conduct. And based on that, to ensure that transparency is there, I weighed, consulted, and to my view, after all consultation, now I had to retreat myself and say that for us to find the truth, because if I could have given earlier, it could have probably allowed people to start cooking. So I wanted everybody to get there at the same time. As the assembly is getting there, EACC is getting there, everybody is getting there. So we land all of us there at the same time. Because this is a practice that need to stop. Our country, our president has really struggled to collect taxes. You know what's happening in the country, whereby even the president has been called names. Yet we come and misuse the public funds. I can't allow that. And I will stand on my feet until the truth of this matter is established, so that taxes are used the way they are supposed to be used. And that's my position.
Chair, Thank you, Chair. I think during this discussion, he has replied to my question that he didn't wanted to request for this information, because from where I sit, I thought that the deputy governors, sometimes when payments are made, you know, they are placed to each and every office. But the reason why he didn't request the chair is that he wanted all of us to get there at the same time, probably before maybe they doctored the information, but I think I got the answer.
Thank you, yes. Allow me to give it to Mheshimiwa Anita.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome Deputy Governor also to give us this further information, and I just want to echo Chair what Deputy Speaker just mentioned, that this is a very interesting conversation where we are dealing with a Deputy Governor who, I think, Chair, you mentioned that is also a whistleblower. Just wondering how you become a whistleblower in a system that you are part of and constitutionally obligated to supervise. But anyhow, I think we'll be able to find answers as we move. But a quick one, Chair, that I would like to ask our Deputy Governor on these allegations that we are calling them fictitious payments. And I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but I think at some point Chair had also asked if you are unaware of these fictitious payments when they were happening, or did you choose silence until it became politically or personally convenient to speak out? Also, isn't it your whistleblowing an admission that you failed in your executive oversight role? Shouldn't you also be accountable for that failure? And maybe, I think Chair had asked this, if you are part of the executive meetings that approved or overlooked some of these payments, and if yes, what changed your position of that fact? And I think my last one, Chair, is that maybe how many other illegal transactions are you aware of that you have not reported? Are you selectively exposing what suits your interests? And maybe what responsibility are you personally taking for this financial mess, if there is any, in Kericho County? Or are you simply shifting blame to protect your position? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So answer that, and then honorable members, I'll request that Your Excellency, you proceed on with other, after you have answered that question, with other companies, especially on goods supplied. Then after that, you go to the raw materials.
Thank you.
You can proceed, yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think Honorable Member, Honorable Anita, has asked me whether I'm using this for political. I don't know what politics I'm playing. This is not politics. This is money. And you know the role of the House is to do oversight. And what I'll call upon this House to do is to do what is right. If I'll be implicated on these transactions, it is okay. If I was supposed to sign anywhere and I signed, I'll carry it, so that it is not seen as if I want to use it for political. Mheshimiwa, you know, when you get information, and I can tell this committee that based on what has happened, people are now even trying to volunteer information. In fact, they've started even giving more information. In fact, more information is getting into me. And I want to tell this House what I have just indicated in one of my letters, that for us to restore public confidence, let us treat this matter with the weight it deserves. And let us not read politics. In my letters that I have read, I've said let investigation be carried out. And I have not said who should be charged. It is upon the committee when you retreat and you come back with your report. This is when you'll bring your report based on the evidences. To me, it's just I've confirmed that I authored these letters. And I authored these letters on behalf of good people of this county who want to see good prosperity of our county, who will say that this parliament did a wonderful job. I want to say that this house is on record. And I want to thank this house. I brought another matter of Londiani, and it was prosecuted well. And the victims were paid, though they were paid after. But I want to say this house did their work. And I appreciate. Also address this matter. And we will appreciate as the people of this county.
Thank you. So, Your Excellency, you can proceed now to the rest of the companies. And then after that, I will open now for questions.
Thank you very much. So I think I have another list that is Slick Solutions Limited, Medical Equipment, Nondian Sub-County.
Okay, can we start with the other one on goods supplied, the second page after retention?
There?
After retentions, from Rolling Ventures Limited.
Oh, in my stapling, yes. It is the other way. So I think.
Oh, it is the other way.
Yeah. I think probably the person who stapled must have mixed.
Oh.
Let me go to Rollings.
Okay.
Because Chair, you give them guidance.
Yes, I request that.
So Rollings Ventures Limited are paid on 3rd, 2,784,000. Supply and delivery of furnitures and fittings. So we expect there the furnitures were supplied to each office. Who received them? When was the tender? Are you able to go and see those seats physically? Because if it's a seat like this one, it's still new, because it just been supplied to that office. We have Chebema Construction on 3rd, 2025, 2.87,830,000 sanitary and cleaning items. We have IBM Pro Construction Limited, 3.558960 general office supplies. In fact, today I had to go to a cyber to print this. I don't have any paper in my office. So, and it was just supplied the other day. So those are things that we have to be very serious about these things. We have Simron Construction Company Limited.
Chair, just to interject, the Deputy Governor has said that there is no photocopy papers in his office, Chair. And what's going down is that the Deputy Governor is in office from where he's saying that he has always been in office, but the word going down is that it has been long since he went to his office. Maybe just a confirmation from him to tell us the last time he was in his office, Chair, and whether there are some of these photocopy papers or not, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Bet. I don't know where the Deputy Governor you are looking for, because the Deputy Governor who is here is in office every day. Okay. That is why when you address this letter and invited the Deputy Governor, he has come. If he didn't come, then you'll say, so they have been right that he's not there. So I think let us leave propaganda and all those things. I'm in office full time. That is why the matter that I was prosecuting is a hefty matter that I did it from my office. Even the presser that I did it from, I didn't do it from somewhere in the bush. I did it from my office. So I'm there. I think sorry for that interjection, and I appreciate. You know, at least you have also helped me to answer to the propagandas and people who are spreading things which are not right. We have also Simron Construction Limited, which was paid on 3rd, 2.7 million, 2.750 million supply of computers. Enril Supplies Limited, 3rd, 2.975, 500, maintenance of motor vehicle. And you know, even if it's maintenance of motor vehicle, my vehicle has been in Toyota Kenya for 2 years. You can cross here and check. In fact, I had to come here with my own personal. And you see, this one has been paid, and it only needs 400,000, not a lot of money, only 400,000. So you see some of these things, I'm not saying it because, but were these things done? I'm not saying it was supposed to be my vehicle, but were those vehicles repaired?
Maintained, yes.
Maintained. We have Tokila Holdings, paid 2.964, stationaries. Dembi Holdings Limited, on 3rd, 2.985, catering services. I want members to check on something, the figures. The figures, the differences in figures. It is below 3 million, but playing within. You see, when you are checking on anything, you check at what was the intention. Was there, or you know, when you are quoting, are there no cents or something? Just then Cranes B Group, 2.976, supply and delivery of furniture and fittings. You see the first one, Rolly Ventures, supply and delivery of furniture on 3rd. Here again on 3rd, the same date, there is another supply and delivery of furniture and...
Chairman, I think Your Excellency, you need to be correct. This is the date of payment, not the date of supply.
I mean the date of payment.
Okay.
Yeah, the date of, sorry for that, and thank you for that. I'm saying the date of payment. So they've been paid on the same. So does it happen that the same contractors are arriving at the same point at the same time? And then we have Dabral Ventures Limited, 2999. Maintenance of building. How do you maintain a building? Surely. And then you only remain with
1,000 shillings.
1 shilling.
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah.
Why is it not past 1,000 or something like that? Okay.
So which means now, Your Excellency, that they did everything under RFQs, because RFQ, supply of goods and services, is below 3 million.
That is a question now which you will ask the person who will come to say how this one was done. I'll also be following it very keenly.
Okay.
Then we
on
have
that, Chairman, on that again, the maintenance of building. I think this one also we have to confirm, because with an engineer who is a qualified person, I think.
registered, in fact.
A registered engineer, and you being an engineer as well, I think we need to get the PQ of this maintained building.
That is it.
Because if it is also an RFQ for construction, it can even go beyond 3 million.
Much obliged.
Okay, proceed.
I think because the BQ will determine whether it had been up to 2,999. Then we have Hildru Holdings Limited, catering services. That was 2.978. So if it is catering, it means there was a meeting. Probably MCAs, probably honorable members were also invited to that meeting. Because to pay 3 million is feeding quite a number, a huge.
So this one is specifically for feeding?
For feeding, catering.
Not including tents, chairs?
Chairman, according to the document received from finance, we have now from the Finch, Ilru, Jomax, and we have the document. So we can now tell you, was it tents or food?
Okay, that is okay. So we have Jomrax Holdings, 2.984, stationery and cleaning items. Pulse Planet Company Limited, 1.850,600, provision of tents, chairs, and PA system. You have Benlock Ventures Limited, 2.488036, refurbishment of office. Duck Limited, 2.485500, supply and delivery of staff uniform. So the staff, I think you'll ask the staff, who are these staff? Is it the county askaris? Is it our revenue collection officers? Because they need to have been supplied with the new uniforms. Then we have Alucraft Limited, supply and delivery of branded items and printed materials. Roreki Limited, supply and delivery of branded staff uniforms. So there are two. And then we have Bueno Day One Limited, provision of public address system, tents, chairs, and refreshments for public sensitization. Nesville Enterprise Limited, supply and delivery of furniture and fittings. So there are quite a number of furniture, fittings, office, repairs. Then Kijosa Limited, catering services. You see there is another catering, there is also another. So we must have had very good.
But engineer, Your Excellency, you need also to differentiate, because what you are telling us, you have just submitted to this committee.
Yeah.
And we will do our work.
Your own?
Yes, because these catering services might have taken place between economic planning, finance, water, different departments.
That is it.
And the way you understand the setup of the county, you have more than 10 departments. So we might not be able even to tell at the moment until we receive the document.
Thank you. You have
in that connection is that so far we have received only from the Department of Finance.
Okay.
For only for 9 companies only.
Okay.
So the rest of the companies, we have not received any document.
Okay.
So we can confirm if there is anything that you feel like we need to confirm from the 9, from the Finch to the last one, which is Bueno Day One. We can have a discussions on that.
Okay.
For example, this one, Iltru Holdings Limited, catering services. In their documents, they are saying
it was a public participation.
It was a public participation. So you can start with the requisitions first, if it is there.
But Chair, probably, you need first of all to establish whether they were procured properly.
Yes, we will do that. That's why.
That's what I'm saying now. You will retreat with the documents.
And do our own.
And you do your own. That is why, to me, I don't want to confirm whether it is correct or not.
Okay.
It is for your own.
Proceed, Excellency.
Yeah. To me, I'm only giving the list. Then the documents that they've submitted is for you now to say this one was done. This one, it's not my duty.
Proceed, Excellency.
I think the last one is Joylin Group, 2.948 stationaries. And then we have again the list, the supplies of raw materials. This Slick Solutions Limited, medical equipment on the sub-county, because you'll confirm the equipment that they supplied and then the process or the procedure that it was done. Afroscape, medical equipment, new dispensaries, construction, as a registered company, 1.99800. We have Kendes Company Limited, raw materials, soya, maize, sunflower, and cotton, 2.9 92,600. So this one, of course, you'll expect the farmers to be identified, the name, the ID, so that if you call today and say, I'm calling you, that farmer will say, I'm farmer so and so, you will find me in this point, come and see, I'm doing this work. You go and confirm. You got the material through probably cooperative. Which cooperative was that? I'm sure you are all members of various wards. I know Mheshimiwa comes from Ainamoi. We have Kirimoy. So you should be able to ask Kirimoy, did you receive this raw material? Mheshimiwa Temindet comes from Londiani. There is Ruskebe. Did you able to receive soya? And then after receiving this soya, who the farmer, so that it is traceable. You know, this is public funds. You should be able to trace. And then how was that farmer identified? Because we have 1 million people in Kericho County. This is public funds. How did you identify that this is the farmer that I want to give soya and not that farmer? That is things that actually come up in our minds. We have also MAPSA General, Suppliers Limited, the same soya, maize, and 2.996440. Axac Technologies Limited, raw material, soya, maize, construction and general supplies, 2.995300. Then we have Denju Enterprise Limited, raw material, soya, construction and supplies. That's the registered company, 2.999300. You see, Chairman, even if today I am to use a border from Kericho to Brook, and I use a border from Kericho to Cheto, 3 million. 2.999300 is only 700 shillings below 3 million. And this is something that you need to establish whether the procedure was followed.
Your Excellency, but Chairman, there is a supply of IBM Raw Construction Limited that was supplied at 3.558,960, meaning that if you compare even the prices, does not mean that it was supposed to be down from 3 million. So this one will just prove when we receive the documents.
That is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, members, I will open for plenary questions. But before, Your Excellency, Honorable Members, Secretariat, and visitors, allow me to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon. Is it afternoon, really? This morning, of visiting students, pupils, and teachers from Koibei Academy, Tarakwa. They are coming from Bomet County. So in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to the Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Assembly, I wish them a fruitful visit. So welcome, teachers and your pupils. Otherwise, Your Excellency, we are going to start the deliberations, and I will start with Mheshimiwa Ezron.
Thank you, Chairman. And on plenary question, Mr. Chairman, allow me to ask 2 questions in round 1. And thank you, Your Excellency, for coming and being a whistleblower. My first question is, what is the credibility do you bring as a whistleblower if you fail to act when you were in a position of authority and trust? I'll proceed to question number 2, if if you got my first question. Number two, can you explain why you never issued any internal memo warning or instructing to stop or question the said payment before it was made? Because as you have explained, you are in office fully, and some of the roles of the Deputy Governor is Principal Assistant to the Governor, and he is in charge of human resource, probably, or oversee the operation of the government. So I think this must have crossed your desk before, so that so I was asking, what why did you never issue any internal memo, warning, or instruction to stop the or question the said payment before it was made? Number three, what these issues ever raised in any executive meeting, audit committee, or corresponded with the governor or the CCs before reaching out to the external bodies like EACC, like Senator and County Assembly? Did you ever raise those issues? So maybe Chairman, you can answer the three questions and then the final two questions later.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Ezra. I want to state here that I don't know whether there is warning for theft, because that is something, this is something which I've raised, that payments were made which are not credible. And therefore, as I stated earlier, I think one member had asked about whether I didn't communicate, and I did mention that I had to internalize and deliberate within myself on what measure do I take. And you see, this is something which has been brought to your attention. For example, I brought this matter before your attention, the attention of the Assembly. The Speaker, because I addressed it to the Speaker had assuming the Speaker had sat on that letter without bringing it to because I addressed it to him without reaching the floor of the House. Will he be acting constitutionally? So to me, what I have done is what I swore to do, based on what I signed on the integrity. When I found that these are things which are not, you can warn people on certain things that are not based on integrity issues, especially theft, laziness on work, and other things. But when it comes to theft, I had to really consult. And that is why I actually sought services from institutions that are tasked to do that. That is why, my office, I cannot carry out investigation. My office do not have, I don't do oversight. The oversight role is on the Assembly. And that is why I brought this matter before the oversight. And the reason why I addressed also to the Senator, because Senator also is an oversight of the counties. And that is why I didn't take it. You see, if I could have gone to a burial or another function and state it, that could have been now wrong. But I did it officially to the official channels.
Okay, excellent. What Mheshimiwa Ezra is saying is that did you try to solve these issues internally? before, as a member of the executive?
What I've done is, in all my meetings with the executive, when I'm in cabinet,
So you have tried?
I've always said, please, let us follow the law.
Tried to solve it internally before?
You know, these are very weighty. You know, these are very weighty issue. And that is why, even to me, this house has a responsibility to carry out its task.
Okay, so what if now, for sure, it becomes fictitious? So who will take the liability?
I don't know there now.
As per the law, because you are also in the executive. Others, for example, CEC and CEOs, those ones are your juniors. So who will take now the vicarious liability?
We have this document.
The Constitution.
The Constitution states very clear.
So if it is the Constitution, then it is you and the governor.
No problem.
Because, Chairman, in law there is what we call vicarious liability, whereby the senior carries the sins of the junior. So if we found it that really there is a misappropriation, I think the backstop now will be you are the governor. In fact, you are both the governor.
Let me ask something, Mheshimiwa. Who signs the appropriation bill?
The governor.
We don't sign both.
But you are the principal assistant.
But it is not both that sign here and sign here.
Chairman, to add one thing, Your Excellency, do you know you have that right, and Kericho residents, despite that they are following what is going on from their different ways, but according to me, you have the responsibility as the deputy governor and the governor as well to protect and to take care of the public resources. Although that you have a right as a whistleblower, but when we finish with whistleblowing, we'll also give you other questions that will take you now to the next door, so that you tell us when will you start failing to protect the public resources from your end. Because at the end of the day, with us here, we do three things. And even the fourth one is to do budget. After the oversight, representation, and legislation, we have another key role, that is the budget. So we cannot be budgeting as the county assembly public resources to be misused or to be used in a wrong way. According to me, according to the document that we have received today, I've just also understand that even your staff, as the governor, because that you are one office with the governor. That's why, even if we finish everything, what we are doing here today, the responsibility of anything that might come out from the documentation that we have, it is the office of the governor, that is His Excellency Dr. Mutai and His Excellency Fredrick Kirui. I think that is because Kericho resident voted for using one pen of paper, giving responsibility to two people to protect their resources.
Thank you. And Mheshimiwa, thank you very much for that question. I mean for that comment. And that is what I'm basically doing. I'm protecting the resources of, and that's why I've come before you. I've come before this house. If it came without my knowledge, I mean, if it came and you ask me to come and explain, then I say I don't know. Then now that is when I start carrying the responsibility. But you see, I've come here as a deputy governor, and you see, we signed integrity forms independently. And that is what we should be cautious, and we should actually be aware that integrity is individual. And the responsibility and everything will be based on this house. It is not me to say the action that will be taken against any officer. And that is why I indicated in my letters that all officers, I'm also an officer of the county as the deputy governor.
Okay, thank you. So, Mheshimiwa
Thank you, Chair. allow me again to still go back to our Deputy Governor in terms of executive responsibility. I know as a Deputy Governor, he's not a bystander. He's part of the executive leadership and shares a collective responsibility over all the county operations, including the finances we're talking about today that might have been misused. Whistleblowing does not erase the prior actions of negligence. So my question here is, because I know it's a constitutional duty, which is under the Kenya Constitution, Act 185-187, a deputy governor is expected to assist the governor in running the county. Financial mismanagement is not a minor issue, and you cannot claim ignorance today, Deputy Governor. Maybe my last words, because what we are asking today is subject to investigations for us to come to an agreement on some of the things that we have today. What I would mention here today is that if you knew all this, you mentioned that you knew this for months, you've been thinking and looking about it. As a deputy governor who've known these irregularities for months, are you bringing this up today because of a political fallout? Because I think the motives becomes questionable. And lastly, Deputy Speaker, you cannot lead the people out of a crisis that you might have helped create it, whether by action or silence. If you are in office when this public money was stolen, as my colleagues have mentioned, both the governor and the deputy governor, you will be held accountable, whether you are a whistleblower or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Your Excellency, answer that, and there are other questions that you did not answer from Ezra.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think to answer to Mheshimiwa is that I've not been a bystander in this government. I've actually performed my duties as the deputy governor and assisted the governor wherever it is possible. My latest duty on behalf of the governor was during Madaraka Day. You know, during Madaraka Day, governor was not there. Though I didn't have any written communication from him, because presiding over Madaraka Day is a constitutional duty. And governor was not present on that day. So I had to stand in as his assistant. And I did that. Though, prior to doing that, I had first of all to, because there was no official letter, you know, it has to be through communication that, Deputy Governor, tomorrow I'll be absent. Kindly preside over the Madaraka Day on my behalf. It has to be through written. So the county security team asked me to stand at the podium for the parade to pass. So I was questioning them, but you see, I don't have a letter. So they had to do a brief consultation and allowed me to stand in on behalf of the governor. Though that tells you that I've always been there to help the governor. And on that day, in fact, on 1st of June this year, I think Mheshimiwa Bet was present, Mheshimiwa Martin was present, and some nominated MCS. You know, something embarrassing happened. You know, because the governor was not present, the official chairs had been brought. And to my surprise, they were removed very fast. And the county commissioner was asking me, what are the official chairs doing at the toilet? So and you were there? And I was there. So I had to also go to the toilet to confirm. Even the members of the public actually questioned that. So at times, Mheshimiwa, it is not that I have created crisis in this government. If there is any deputy governor who has served his boss with a lot of quietness, with a lot of not going to public to attack, I have never attacked my boss. And you can confirm that. If there is any way I have attacked my boss, it was prior to our engagement at the former deputy president's residence. After that, I was told to lie like an envelope, and I did that. And that is why probably people don't see me active, other than only discharging the constitutional duties that are there.
Okay, thank you. So
the latest is, I was given a task by His Excellency the Governor, and I've done that. There is an executive order, I probably didn't come here, which appointed me as the director for water. And I've been answering questions and serving under the CC water as the director. And it is on record. And now, have you heard me complaining?
As the director water?
As director of water.
At the CC water?
Because I was given some powers, but you definitely, because there is a CC, it means the Directorate of Water was brought to my office.
So you report to?
What does the Directorate means what?
So you report to the CC?
I report to the CEO.
And the CC?
And the CC. And I've never complained.
I think that is a very interesting, statement, Chairman. I want to ask the governor, because this is an office of the governor. Do you mean, as a deputy governor, you report to the CEC, and not like the CEC reported to the deputy governor?
That's what I've said, that the executive order brought the Directorate of Water to my office. When the Directorate of Water is brought, what is the Directorate?
Okay,
I think I was explaining to Mheshimiwa Anita that probably she was bringing a narrative that I'm a bystander in a government. And I've never done that. I've always assisted my boss, and I've always...
Excellency, point taken. Thank you. So I want to take you to the list, this list. They are also recurrent from the Department of Water. Does it mean also that you don't know as the director? There are recurrent expenditure. There are some supplies that was done in the Department of Water, especially sanitary and cleaning items, delivery of furniture and fittings, and also general office supplies. Does it mean also you are not aware and you are a director of water?
I'm not aware.
So which means all the requisitions that is done in a department sometimes, as a director, you are not aware completely.
No, you see, there is a substantive... I was just saying that the directorship here is in quotes. You see, there is a substantive director in that department. But I was saying that the governor gave me a role like a director to be answerable, to be doing certain things on what. So I've been actually going for meetings at the water department
of water.
Yeah. Instead of the other way.
Okay.
But
Come into your office.
I've never complained, and I did that. But it became also at some point, I saw the CEC, the CEC, she became very uncomfortable.
The new CEC or
the previous CEC. And therefore I had to silently retreat.
Okay, so you can answer those questions from Ezra so that we can go to the other side.
I think
you had answered all of them.
I don't know, because it's, I don't know, it's satisfied.
Confirm me with this, answered all of them. So which one is remaining? Which one and which one?
Which I was asking whether those issues were ever raised in any executive meeting, audit committee, or correspondent with the governor or CC, because I understand as a deputy governor, he chairs the subcommittee meetings, if I'm not wrong. And another one, whether to explain whether he raised whether what credibility does he bring as a whistleblower if he failed to act when he were in a position of authority and trust?
I think I want to say that as a chair of the subcommittees, if any matter is brought to my attention, you see, matters are generated. So those matters I preside over. But I want to say that at times, certain issues have never been communicated. So at times it is difficult to know which ones. You know, the matters that are communicated depends with the governor. So as per the constitution, the deputy governor act on behalf of the governor through written instruction that kindly attend to this on my behalf. Attend to this on my behalf. So I cannot at times attend on things that are not on his behalf. So what comes only is to chair the subcommittees. They are bringing budget for approval, you approve. For these ones, they didn't come to my attention.
So the entire budget for the third quarter was never brought to your attention?
They were never.
About the development, because I understand most of these are recurrent. Have you ever approved any budget?
What happened is I've always requested that all items passes the subcommittee. Before the subcommittee, they pass the subcommittee, then they go to full cabinet for approval. Those things have never happened. So we only pass the main budget.
Okay.
But myself, it is on record that I've insisted always that let us pass each item, so that what is going to be done outside that, then everybody will be. And that is why I'm saying this one did not pass my...
Okay, thank you. So, Mheshimiwa Francis.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity also to welcome His Excellency the Deputy Governor, Engineer Kirui. You're welcome, sir. And thank you so much for whistleblowing on these very important pertinent issues affecting our county. Secondly, being the second in command to the Governor, Your Excellency, sir, and a member of the County Executive Committee member, you know truly that this committee is very investigative. We want to have more information concerning these issues we raised. And being a member of the Executive Committee and the second in command, we have access to all the information within this county. Would you mind giving us any documents concerning this pertinent issue which will be of great importance to this committee, because we are very investigative. We want to know the truth. If these fictitious payments were really done, would you mind giving us the information you have, especially the documents, so that we will compare with the ones we will get from the other institutions, especially before you said you wanted to be, before cooking them, give us the information so that if they cooked, we will compare with what we have. Would you mind giving us the documents we have at the moment at your disposal?
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. I think the information that I have at my position is the list. That is the name of the company, the amount, and some of them the dates when they were paid. I think at that point now it's up to the committee now to verify the other documentations. That's why I did mention earlier that if I had brought a tender document, you see, tender documents are not addressed to me. The tender documents are taken to Procurement Department. And I had requested, like the way you had requested the CEC, I also requested, the way you had requested the executive, I requested the CEC. But if he had given me officially, I could have said, based on this company, I have this document which I had requested and I was given. So the only thing that I have is that based on what I was given. And I want to ask the committee whether there is an illegality in bringing the list. Chair, I don't know whether there is an illegality.
Yeah, there's no illegality. What Mheshimiwa was saying is that if you have any
No, I don't.
documents to support the list. So, but the way he has said, Mheshimiwa Francis, is that he doesn't have any document, and we compel now the executive to make sure that they have given us the documents. We wrote some letters, and as we speak, we have only received documents from 9 companies, or for 9 companies, sorry. So we are still waiting for the rest. One good thing is that they are appearing. CC is there, CC Finance, CO Finance, CFO, and Head of Procurement. So I want to believe members that those are the questions that will tell them to make sure that will make sure we are compelling them to bring all those documents. So Mheshimiwa, those ones we will land in the next witnesses.
I don't know,
so
Chair.
maybe,
I don't know whether there was a deadline for
yes, there was a deadline
for submitting
yes
documents.
Yes.
So it means you cannot accept any other document
One good thing is that
after the deadline.
we have our lawyers, so we are going to do everything right the way it is required.
Yeah, because what I also want is a situation whereby
Yes.
you see, to be a whistleblower is not an easy task. It's not an easy task.
Okay.
You have first of all to wear a very brave.
This is not it, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
So maybe allow me to ask you this question. There is a code of secrecy. So when you are assuming office, maybe in 2022, did you sign code of secrecy?
I did.
Okay. So why is it that now you are trying to expose something that is not supposed to be exposed?
I don't know.
Excellent.
This is public. This is public money, and in public money, is there anything that is secretive? Do you have a? This is public. That's why it's called public. That's why when you build a school, everybody will know that is a.
What does code
The
of
code of
secrecy
secrecy
yes.
is
What does it entail?
if I divulge information from the cabinet.
Yes.
If I could have gotten this information from the cabinet, if it is being discussed at the cabinet, then it becomes, because we could have still been handling it within the cabinet. But you see, this is an information I received from.
So you received from somewhere else
That
you
is
were
it.
given, then after that you
Definitely.
decided to...
That is what I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mheshimiwa, nani ako na swali lingine? So Mheshimiwa Cheriabet.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I still insist, basing my argument on the first question that I had asked, and the Deputy Governor saying that he has a very good working relationship with His Excellency the Governor. And you know, I take that as a gospel truth, Chair. So my next question is that, being part and parcel of the county executive, did you inform your boss that there are issues, there are companies that is being paid that in your own view they didn't deliver any service before you go public? Because you have a boss up there as the governor. So when you have a good working relationship with your boss, you always inform him that, Your Excellency, I'm seeing such a thing is being done, and in my view, I am raising some red flag. Did you inform the governor either verbally or through written whatever? Then number 2, Chair, you know, we're being followed live. And I want to thank the residents of this county, Chair. We are being followed live, and you know, people are asking questions. So, but they were telling me, why are you on your phone most of the time? So I was telling them I'm trying to get to know the views of the public on what is taking place. So, and I told them, you can even ask us questions so that we post the same to the Deputy Governor. Someone here said, ask him, DG, is it a deal going so between him and the governor that he has brought all this here? That is one of the questions that someone has posted to you. Number 2, someone is saying, were the tenders in question part of the approved county budget? Did the county executive committee, CC in charge of finance, raise any red flag? Was the county treasury aware of complicity in this transaction, who signed off on the payment? I think some of these questions would be posted to them. Probably it might not be you, so we will post those questions to finance. Then maybe attaching that question from the public is that you say that you've seen a lot has been happening initially. A lot has been happening, but you did raise just the other day on 10th that there are issues that are taking place at the county, departments that is not good. So why didn't you raise some of these issues initially? Because you are telling us that a lot has been happening in this county, but you've kept quiet for long. Why didn't you respond immediately so that at least we save colossal amount of money from being, and procedurally paid to contractors that never did any work or supplied any service? Thank you, Chair. And finally, anyway, maybe I'll get another opportunity to pose the last one, Chair.
Thank you, DS. You can answer that.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Then as you answer that, also connect with, I want you to connect with that someone that gave you this list. Does it mean there was issues or deal gone so also somewhere, and then that person decided to give it to you, the list, so that you expose it? Just do the connection with what that question from Jerry had bit.
Thank you very much. And I stated that I am in a working relationship with the governor. It is that I do my work constitutionally, but on personal engagement,
yes,
one-on-one. I want to report here that I last spoke with the governor 1.5 years ago, and but when we are on official assignments like attending Ad-hoc Day, doing my constitutional duty, that is what I meant, and it should not be construed to mean that since I have not been talking with him, I don't do my duties. See, my duty is what I have explained, that on Madaraka Day I was there and I did my constitutional.
Chairman, outside Madaraka Day, what happened when you attend a cabinet, or the governor also is absent in the cabinet, or you are, who is absent between you and the governor during the cabinet meeting?
Thank you very much. I want to report here that at times you are invited to a cabinet meeting, and the meeting is scheduled to start at 9. Like this meeting was scheduled to start at 9, and I came here at 9. So at times I attend a cabinet meeting, supposed to start at 9. The meeting doesn't start. You are in the boardroom, you stay. Nobody is telling you the meeting has been postponed to this time, so you stay until you leave. So at times it is rescheduled without you. I was chairing sub-cabinet committees, and because I am very inquisitive and I always make sure that things are done right. So when certain, and I don't want us to discuss towards that, when certain things are being discussed, at times I am not invited to appear. So you see, and you cannot penalize anybody, because if you are not invited to attend a meeting, you cannot question. So, and I don't want to go into that. Probably those meetings are the ones now which approved
that list.
This list. And you'll probably find that I had sent apology. If there is anything that will land here and you find that there is an apology, because at times you are informed when the meeting is going on. So the only thing you can do is to send an apology.
An apology.
And the other thing is that the office of the Deputy Governor has been struggling. Ever since I joined this county, I can say I've only consumed fuel, for example, of around less than 500,000. And you will check the budget that you've given. I've been forced to personally do most of the things without complaining, because it's a constitutional duty. And I don't want, because the budget is one, the executive office of the governor. And currently we are before the Senate as deputy governors because it is not only here. We have it's a problem across, and we petitioned the Senate to find a way of accommodating a small budget.
Okay. So can you answer that one on deal also? Then connect to the other one that I told you.
No, this one, it is not a deal that, the way I got this information is not because of deals or anything.
Yes.
It's just as a deputy governor.
You
know that somebody came and say, are you aware that probably in your county, side things are happening?
Yeah.
And because of the integrity. And I want to say, Mheshimiwa, the Deputy Speaker, you know my stand ever since, even during our swearing in. I've always stood for I'm very particular when it comes to integrity issues. And that is why, if anything comes before me, and today, because of that, as I was coming here,
okay,
probably to mention, so that
yes,
you, just a good citizen, was asking me that, which probably the committee, I don't know whether it is part of the terms of reference, that there are some payments which were made by the end of the financial year. The oncology, there is an oncology ongoing which was paid 54 million. You see, I didn't ask, but we were just told oncology has been paid, I don't know to which company. Is it Volt something?
54 million.
54 million. When you reduce the
access.
So probably you look at that is what under strategic
intervention.
There is a meal. You see, we have a meal in Kidao.
Yes.
We have the first part, which was the factory.
So which means you have been given other information again.
Yeah, that there is a company which was paid for 2 buildings, 18 million. That's the other day. So you can see how people, once you start doing something, they have confidence. And that is what needs to come to this house, not...
So as we speak, you have other things to expose in the soonest.
So you see, and that's what we don't want to... That is why it is this house now to take very stern action
on these issues. So Your Excellency, if you are saying that there is no deal going so between you and the governor, or you are in good terms with the governor, why is it that now you did not share this list to the governor first before?
Oh, you are talking about a deal going so between me,
you and the governor?
No. I don't do deals.
You don't do deals?
I don't.
What about your relationship with the governor? Because if you are in good terms, ungekuwa umepeana this list to the governor first, then you discuss about it. And after
let me ask something.
It goes to the public. Yeah.
Okay, I'm a farmer, and I like using examples of farmers. You will excuse me for that. As a farmer, if I buy a tractor, a new tractor, today, and park it outside my compound, if tomorrow I'll get a neighbor to come and do my farm, and I pay that neighbor and goes, will you ask the tractor, why are you not using your tractor? The Constitution states very clearly that it is the governor to give roles to
the deputy governor,
to assign.
Yes, yes.
So if you don't assign, for example, if you don't assign me as a CEC, I'll not go and ask the governor, why don't you give me this position? Because the Constitution states that you can appoint a deputy as a CEC. If you don't assign the deputy to do a certain role, you will not go and tell the governor, why are you not? Initially, the reason why you found that there was a lot of heat is because I was demanding from the governor, Governor, why don't you give me water? Doctor, I want to assist you here or do this. So it started becoming like I'm demanding too much. And you see, he's the governor. So I realized later that let me leave the governor. If he wishes to use the tractor, let him use. If he wants a tractor from a neighbor and use it, it's up to him. So it's not my duty. So there is no deal that...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Matthew. Then members, I'll request that we conclude so that we invite other invitees.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I've tried as much as possible to follow the discussion and the way you are doing presentation. And first thing I want to appreciate that energy and that God grace that gave you so that you can become a whistleblower. To some level, though that the whistleblowers have protections, but to this, I want to thank Kericho resident for giving you opportunity also to be the deputy governor, so that at some point of time, I remember last time when you raised a concern about Lodiana scandal, and we managed as an Ad-hoc Committee to find out that it was true. Today, I cannot preempt what is ahead of us, but what I can tell you, and I want also to thank this county assembly for giving us opportunities so that we can go through this allegation of fictitious payment. What I can confirm to the members of the public, and I'm here representing great people of Chaikwa. In this sense, I've given the opportunity also to represent my colleagues who could not have made to the committee with the 9 members that were here. According to the received documents that we have received from finance, there is no difference between your allegation in terms of debts, in terms of amount paid. It is exact, meaning that it is a matter of us, the committee, to finalize and get the truth of the matter, whether that the functions that stated really happen in the way it's stated in the documents. But my concern, Your Excellency, is what will happen in a family where a father and a mother are fighting, but during their life, they keep producing. Mama bado anaendelea kuzaa na anasema huyu mzee ni mbaya sana, huyu mzee ni mbaya sana. Anaweza hata all the villages telling watu huyu mzee ni mbaya, lakini wani kisha ama 9 months kisha mtoto anasaliwa. The same thing, baba anatembea kisema huyu mama ni mbaya sana. So the question here is, Your Excellency, if this county is being run in such a manner, of that a setup of a family where they quarrel, when will we be having time to build our county in terms of even integrity, giving peace of mind to investors to come and invest? Right now, as we are here, Your Excellency, and the chairman, there is a very big function in Kipugu Chuma Stadium going on, talking about the investors that we need to have. Kericho should be opening doors for investors. But we are here following up the matter that, and I think someone should take responsibility, because if we can spend the whole resources of this county assembly and this county to just come and investigate how green papers was procured, either it was right or wrong, I want to get from your side of leadership. I've just listened what my colleagues have just forwarded to you, that did you share with the government? But my big question also is that at the moment you are becoming a whistleblower, the governor should also have shared with you the information that there is something going wrong in such a department. So the right of representation, the right of that position that you have. You know, Kericho County, we have 1 million+ people, but being a deputy governor and me being an MCA, I should take my role seriously, especially when it comes to issues of accountability. This one we must take seriously. And whoever that will be culpable on this, I know the committee will take the matter seriously accordingly. So I want to know from your end, what is advice that you can give us? We are still young leaders, that we are growing, and as a deputy governor to this county, principal assistant to the governor, what kind of advice that you can give even to your staff, leave alone even the honorable members that we are here? Is this the way that we can run our county? Is this the way that we can spend resources? on matters tent hosting 25,000, just 100 bucks tent hosting 25,000. I think you need to tell us, is this how we need to run the county?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Matthew. I think I want to say that if we'll have leaders who will stand with the people, like the way Matthew have said, and I want to echo you, Matthew, because it has really touched you that this is money that has been lost. And you see, when we were being sworn into office, we were not told to go and eat. We were told to go and serve, and when you serve, you are paid your salary and you go. This money in question by EACC. But me as a deputy, you know, I'm not privileged to be briefed. It is like the normal, the deputy is just there as the deputy. So the governor also is briefed on all undertaking payments, everyday collections. These are before even things are taken to IB, there must be a discussion that these ones are going to be paid. So that this is the amount that we have, and that is why I'm requesting this House to give justice.
Now, Chair, in fact, the Deputy Governor, I'm very sorry to interject. The Deputy Governor is where I was now. That the Governor get briefs on those issues that needs to be paid. Now, my question now is, before you now come by going to the public, you did the right thing as a whistleblower. You have all the right to contrary opinion that services were not rendered before now going to public. That is what I expected now. Maybe from you, it's good that you are saying the governor is very aware. You know, we want to get everyone accountable. Did you, at that point now, before going to press, that indicated to His Excellency that this company and this company and this company were paid, and in my view?
Thank you.
So, are you ready also to provide the evidence that you have, are you ready to become whistleblower at the moment on the information that you are still receiving, so that this committee, we can request for more time?
I've just said, I was just stating it's happening. And probably when you retreat, so that not to be part of this, because this is another committee on fictitious payment, and you need not to get outside. I was saying that this committee now, you need to build that confidence, that people will tell you information. Like you remember during the issue of Londiani, members, when they were going around, the members of the county assembly, honorable, they were being given more. In fact, the information that I had myself was very little, but more information was coming from the public, and that tells you the confidence. And let me tell you for free, this is a house that has a lot of respect.
Okay.
And so, especially Chair, Mheshimiwa Anita was recently having a very good empowerment, and she's respected as the only lady elected. And therefore, what I least request is to stand up to your task.
Okay, thank you. So, honorable members, I will request that we conclude at that. I have only two questions that I want you to respond precisely. The first one is, do you have trust with the government that you are serving at the moment? The County Government of Kericho. That's the first one. And then the second one is, from this list that you have given us, which company or which tender, which supply, do you think is scandalous? Very scandalous. In that list. Which tender or which supply do you think is scandalous in that list?
Okay, for the second question, I can't say. To me, all of them should be...
All of them are scandalous?
Should be investigated.
Okay.
I'm not saying
So
that, you see, it is up to you to say this one was provided. The moment holdings,
yes,
you don't find any, it is trapped.
Okay.
So the moment you say this...
Yeah, answer the first question.
Now, about what the chairman has asked about these companies. Do you have anyone that you know among these companies?
I don't know.
Do you also believe because you are drawing salary from the government that you are serving on?
I trust the people of Kericho County because they gave me an opportunity to serve as a deputy governor.
What about the government? Because the government goes with operations. For example, these issues of supply, works.
When it comes to issues of integrity, I say no. I can't trust. If there is issues on stealing and theft, I can't trust. That's why I came out saying there is a problem.
Okay. So members, allow we conclude. Do you have something?
Yes, Chairman. Mine is just a comment, Chair.
Yes, sir. So that we conclude.
Yes. Chair, thank you, Chair. One, if it is possible, because the Deputy Governor has said that he's got information from whatever, is it possible, Chair, that we also, the Deputy Governor in camera, gives us those officers so that we will also interrogate them further because they have information. But, you know, we will not make them public because we have protection. We will protect them because they are whistleblowers. Witness protection under the Witness Protection Act. So if it is possible, Chair, if he is able to give us under camera the names of those that gave him information, it is good. Finally, Chair, I just want to make it clear that we did a meeting outside the precinct of the County Assembly last week.
Yes, yes.
And as the Chair liaison, I did approve 4 days for members of the County Assembly to go and sit in Nakuru. The agenda of the meeting, Chair, you are very aware, was one, the Pending Bills Committee to clear their report. Number 2, Chair, was the issues of the AVIA progress report for the last financial year, that it is a requirement that we need to give a progress report on every other, we need to give a report of every other year. AVIA report. So that was the second agenda, Chair. The third agenda of that meeting, Chair, yes, was about the work plans for the County Assembly for the next 1 year, because we are in a new financial year. So anything else I want to confirm, because I had the Deputy Governor bashing the office of the Majority Leader in some funeral somewhere in his backyard, that the Majority Leader is meeting with the Governor in Nakuru. So I want to confirm as the Chair liaison that we had other agendas that we went to deliberate, because the name of the Majority Leader somehow was brought in bad light. And what the Majority Leader is a very big office that represents the members of the County Assembly and represent the party, the ruling party. So we were in a very serious meeting, Your Excellency. I just want to, because the members of the public are watching at us, some of us received information because we are known for standing for the truth, that you were taken to Nakuru to be bought. So I want to confirm to the members of the public that we were in a very serious meeting. And out of those meetings, we've been able to table 2 reports at this County Assembly. One of the reports was tabled on Tuesday, and the other one on Wednesday. So thank you, Chair. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think
Your Excellency,
to add on that,
Your Excellency,
the issue of...
I want to give it to Anita, and then you will respond, summarize, and then we conclude. So Anita, your comment.
Thank you, Chair. I think mine is closing remarks and possibly maybe from our Deputy Governor. And I want to assure you that as members of this committee, we will do our mandate of oversight. You've provided your issues, and we will handle and respond to that amicably. I think one last one that you just responded to, that I'm asking myself loudly, is that when you responded that you don't trust the government, I'm wondering if it is the right time to hand over your resignation so that you can address the issues as Raya, but not being in the system. Thank you.
Summarize, Your Excellency, and then after that, members, I'll request that we conclude. So, Your Excellency.
Thank you. I think to answer to Anita about the trust, I said I don't believe in theft. And therefore, when I don't believe in theft, if there is theft, my trust goes to zero on that issue. But not, and I have not said that I don't trust the government, the theft in the government. And that is what we are called upon to do, that we safeguard the public resources. On the issue of Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think I want to apologize to the House for making that statement. And I think I personally talked to the majority leader and apologized to him for making that statement. It was unfortunate, and I always accept my, and that was an unfortunate event. Even me, I regret doing that. So,
okay, thank you.
Majority Leader of this House, I'm very sorry for my statement on Saturday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Excellency. Your Excellency, I want to assure you that we are going to do our work. We are going to give the public the right reports, and we will make sure that the public also knows what has transpired. So allow us, we wish you the very best as you, and then I will request
sorry, there was something which DS had asked about. I think for that part, we just don't allow to go that direction.
So members,
thank you.
Members, so you can escort, Abraham can escort through this door. Otherwise, members, CCs, CEO, CFO is around. So as DG is being escorted, so we can call them to come. CEO na CFO. Okay, Waziri, welcome Waziri, welcome CEO and CFO. Honorable members, Secretariat, good afternoon. So before us are 3 members of the Department of Finance, headed by CC Finance. I want to welcome you.
Thank you.
And before, allow me to state the following, that we are here under as Ad-hoc Committee to investigate what is termed as fictitious payment, and we have the terms of reference. Allow me to read those terms of reference. The first one is to verify the existence and registration status of the companies alleged to have received the payments. Another term of reference is to establish whether the companies participated in any formal procurement process. The third one is to investigate the nature and status of goods and services purportedly procured and whether they are in the procurement plan. The fourth one is to ascertain the amounts paid to the said companies, whether it was budgeted for, and the approving officers involved. Another one is to evaluate any breaches of law, policy, or procedure in the said transactions. Another one is the total amount paid to the said companies for any works done on services provided to the county since 2022 to date. The last terms of reference is to recommend appropriate administrative, legal, and policy actions, including potential recoveries. And this was out of a motion that was approved sent to the Assembly by His Excellency Engineer Fredrick Kirui, who is DG, Deputy Governor. He wrote a letter to this Assembly, which I cannot read, but one of the issues that he raised is that we need to move a motion to compel the county executive to submit relevant procurement records for review. And then he also requested that we initiate full inquiry into the matter that is attached to this letter. So that is the reason as to why we are here. So we are doing deliberations, and I want to believe that you have brought everything that was requested by this committee. So before we start, I will request that we are going to introduce ourselves for the record. So I'm Kipkoech Albert, Chairman this committee. So on my right.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ezron Kipgono, MCA representing Chiljila, and I'm a member to this committee.
Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Francis Terer, a member of this committee representing the great people of Chibuinwar.
I'm H.E Eng. I am an MCA representing the great people of Inamohi and a member of this committee.
Thank you. On my left.
Kipkuru Matthew, representing great people of Chaikwad, member of this committee.
Anita Biegon, member of County Assembly from Chemo South, a member of this committee.
Okay, thank you. We are having also other members. They are coming. Then on my right, that is our secretariat. I want to believe that you know all of them. So I'll request that before we proceed, you can take a vote. So we'll start with the CC, then CO, and then CFO.
I, Jackson Kipkori Rob, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Kipkena George Kirer, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, CFO.
This is correct. Do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me.
Okay, thank you. You can introduce yourself so that we proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and honorable members of this Ad-hoc Committee. I'm Jackson Rob, the CEC in charge of Finance and Economic Planning and Head of County Treasury.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm CPA Dr. George Kirer, Chief Officer Finance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I'm CPA Fernandez Kurir, the Deputy Director of Accounting Services.
Okay, thank you so much. So, in our invitations, there are some documents that we requested. The first one is IFMIS payment for period between October 2024 to May 2025. Have you provided?
Yes, that is provided, yeah.
Financial and non-financial statements?
Yeah, we provided the financial statement up to the third quarter of the financial year, that is 31st March.
So, CEO, have you provided the tender documents, list of pre-qualified suppliers, request memo from user departments, RFQs, advert, tender evaluation reports, award letters, LSO, LPOs, acceptance letters, contracts, inspection reports, completion certificates, invoice, payment vouchers, and RTGS payment receipt, especially for those affected companies?
Yes, Chair, we have provided with specific emphasis for the ones affecting the Department of Finance and Economic Planning. The other ones are in the custody of the departments, and they shall be subsequently provided. Thank you.
What about the payments? Because you are the one who is doing the payments.
Chair, even payment vouchers are in the custody of the specific departments, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
So maybe members will make a decision on that later on. So we are going straight to So Aziri and your team, from the documents that we have received here, we have received documents from Finch Focus Limited, Hildru Holdings, Jomarax Limited, Holding Limited, Pulse Planet Company, Benlock Ventures, Dark Limited, Alucraft, Roreki Limited, and Bueno. So that is the only documents that you have submitted to us. Does it mean that you don't have the rest of the documents?
Chair, as correctly put by the CEO, we picked on those payments that related to finance in the list that was given to us. And then the others will also be.
But I have an opinion on APA. Suggestion as well. Being the head of treasury and being the payment point is being done in finance. Is it possible that they can confirm to us that they can provide for the whole listed companies? It is possible.
Okay, so you can react to that.
Chairman, you know, as we sit, we are doing the financial reporting. And each department, for purposes of financial reporting, each department must have the payment forgers. Remember, also we have the external auditors who are also doing the audits. So we thought, because they already have the documents with them, while they are doing the financial reporting, when they will be appearing before this honorable committee, they will come with the said payment forgers.
So, Wazir, I want you to be sincere.
I'm sincere. I'm sincere.
Remember that you are on oath.
Yeah, I'm on oath, sir.
So make sure that everything that you say is the accurate information, because you also know that the Department of Finance is the custodian of all the documents. Unless now, remember that also we wrote this letter some few days ago, so which means by now we would have also talk to the CEOs to make sure that they have provided the documents. Because the deadline was yesterday. Was it?
I think all these documents are ready. We can make the provision even after leaving this place. We can ascertain that all these payment forgeries are brought to you before the appearance before they appear before you next week.
Because the deadline was yesterday.
Yeah. There was a delay because of this exercise that is taking place. Auditors were having the same payment forgeries.
Waziri, if the deadline was yesterday, that you had to provide documents so that the members can go through the documents first before even you appearing, but we have received your documents today. What if those other departments would provide their document immediately, the day that they are appearing before this committee? I want to ask the chairman and the committee, for this, I think we need to have the document as early as possible so that we can be conversant on what we'll be debating or asking the witness. Mr. Chairman, I think that is my opinion.
Okay, so Waziri, so are you able to talk to them so that they send us the documents?
I will.
The next one now, if it is ready.
I will, Chair.
So can I give you some minutes? Just talk to them and then you come back.
I can call right away.
Yes, we will give you 5 minutes. Go call them. We can release the 3 of you so that when you come.
10 minutes is okay.
So members, we can go for a short break for 5 minutes so that we confirm. The water has already started taking, eh? Okay, members, allow me to call this meeting into order. Allow me to call this meeting into order. I welcome Waziri and your team, CEO and CFO. So can you respond now, CC?
Thank you, Chair. We are sorry for the inconvenience. We have communicated to all the CEOs except Javed for Health, whom we have written a message because we couldn't get him. But the rest have committed to bring the copies of the payment forgers, well supported, in the next 1 hour.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Yeah.
So we can proceed. So without wasting a lot of time, I want to give it to you so that you take us through the documents that you have given us. They did follow all the procedures that is required by the Procurement and Disposal Act.
Chair, I don't know where I will start.
Yes, and then what we'll do also is that, are you aware that this thing was blown by one of the members of the cabinet?
Yes, Chair, I got a communication from the Deputy Governor, Engineer Fredrick Kirui, on 10th of July in the afternoon, after the press conference that he held.
Did you respond to him?
In the letter, he asked for the documents that I have so far provided, and he also asked me to do an audit, conduct a comprehensive audit of all the payments issued during the relevant period, which I have tasked the Directorate Internal Audit. I did a communication to him on 14th of July to do it within 21 days. I think now the report should be ready in due course.
Do you have a letter that shows that you appointed them to do the audit?
Oh yeah, the letter is there.
Are you able
I
to
didn't carry
supply
it.
to
I
us?
didn't carry with me, but I can organize.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and can you confirm that this money was paid or not?
Chair, I want to confirm that yes, the list that is in question, some, especially those showing third, these were, this is an infamous data.
They're saying what shows? Third.
Yes. This is an infamous date that starts with a month. So it is not for January or any other, it is for March 2025. And I want to say that particularly those that belongs to the Department of Finance, some of the companies in question were pending bills, which we had already even forwarded to this Honorable House as a report. About 3 of them were actually payments for the previous financial year. They were pending bills.
Which ones are those?
Okay, Chairman. Again, for the record, and then through your guidance, Chairman, is it possible that Waziri can go through the list to really confirm for the record that the stated list or the list that we have in the document were paid? If it is possible, you can read one by one, because I know the moment you receive the letter from Deputy Governor, you need also to have done something to confirm whether that it was paid. So, if for the record, Chairman, is it possible that we allow the CEC to confirm the whole list whether that it was paid?
Thank you. I think I can do that, Chair. The first list is on retention account, where we paid Bitworld Holdings Limited 365,278. Spike Investment 383,065. Green 80 Limited 459,759. Macro Products Limited 430 and 60 cents. Ildama Construction and Supplies Limited 422,670. Brisac Construction and Supplies Limited 417,456. Mencro Products Limited 496,860. Jirere Holdings, 260,419. Another Mengro Limited, 395,028 shillings. Prairie Limited, 389,752. Mengro Products, 312,79. Green 80 Limited, 416,034. Prospera Ventures, 370,199 shillings. Jirere Holdings Limited, 453,036. Mengro Products, 270,793. Mengro Products, 287,523. Another Mengro Products, 272,283. Prospera Ventures Limited, 423,756.
So this is the retention for
These are retention monies.
For which department?
From different departments.
From different departments, not one
Yes,
department.
not one. Yeah. Majorly roads and water. That is confirmed by the Chief Finance Officer. Now the next list that was brought again, that is attached to this.
Okay, have you confirmed whether it was paid?
Yeah.
The retention?
Yeah, these are retention monies that were paid.
In that list, all those companies were paid?
Yeah.
Okay. Proceed to the next
But
one.
of course, different dates. They are not. They were not paid in one day. They were different dates. And these are retention monies. Chair, you know, until we get the clearance from the department that they issue the final certificate, we cannot pay because, of course, works had been done before. So these were money that was retained.
Okay, Chairman. And Chairman, through your
Yes, sir.
guidance, meaning that Waziri, we will be able to receive two vouchers for retention and for the real work done. We will be able to receive the two vouchers. For Mengro, we will receive a total tune of more than 30 million. But we will receive different vouchers. Like now for Mengro, I want to give you one for Green 80 Limited. We will receive a voucher of 4.5 million and we will receive a voucher for 459,000.
It's okay. The original payment forger is there.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the retention payment forger is also there. Chair, allow me then, Chair, to proceed with the other companies in question. Rolly Ventures. All these are, of course, in recurrent payments. This is not a payment date. I think, Fernandez, you can confirm that this date of 3rd of March 2025 was not a payment date, but an infamous date of 2,784,000. This was to supply and deliver furniture and fittings. Jabema Construction and Supplies Limited of 2,847,830. Impro Construction, 3,550,960.
Then you make it loud. I was kicking vizuri. Raise your voice kidogo.
All right. Or I'm far from. So I was saying, Impro Construction Limited, 3,358,960. But we are yet to confirm the amount if we pay that figure. The 3,558,960. Simron Construction Limited, 2,750,000. Enril Supplies Limited, 2,975,500. Tokila Holdings, 2,964,000. Denby Holdings Limited, 2,985,000. Grains B Group Limited, 2,979,000. Debra Ventures Limited, 2,999,000. Finch Focus Limited, 2,996,000. Hildro Holdings Limited, 2,978,000. Chomax Holdings Limited, 2,984,200. Pulse Planet Company Limited, 1,850,600. Benlock Ventures, 2,488,036. Then Dark Limited, 2,485,500. Alucraft Limited, 2,732,500. Roreki Limited, 2,745,000. Bueno Day One Limited, 2,895,000. Nesfield Enterprises Limited, 2,829,000. Ichosa Limited, 2,972,820. Jolie Group Limited, 2,948,000. Slick Solutions Limited, Medical Equipment Londiane, 2,064,000. Afroscape Limited, 1,999,800. Kendes Company.
Chairman, I think Wasiri, you need to state there is something there that they supplied. It's possible.
The construction.
They supplied.
Yeah? They supplied.
Yes.
Yeah, they supplied for Slick Solutions is medical equipment, Londiani School, or SH. I don't know what SH is. It is sub-county hospital, correct? Afroscape Limited Medical Equipment New Dispensaries, 1,999,800. Kendes Company Limited Raw Materials, soya, maize, sunflower and cotton, 2,992,600. MAPSA General Supplies, raw materials, soya, maize, sunflower and cotton, 2,996,440. AXAC Technologies Limited, raw materials, soya, maize, sunflower and cotton, 2,995,300. Dachu Enterprises, raw materials, soya, maize, sunflower and cotton, 2,999,300. Lowry Enterprises, raw materials, soya, maize, sunflower and cotton, 2,997,000. Those are the companies, Chair, that are in question.
Okay. So which means they are paid, all of them? And those companies were paid?
Let's check this one. We will, Chair, IPM Pro, we want to check the real amount that was paid.
Okay, but those companies, in short, they were paid those amounts?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So maybe I'll take you to the supplies, goods and supplies. We have seen that most of them are under 3 million. Does it mean it was specifically under RFQs?
Yes, it is one method of procurement, Chair, and it is allowed. That is for such supplies that does not go through beyond 3 million as per the procurement law. We are allowed to use RFQ.
Okay. Was this works in the procurement plan that was approved?
Yes, Chair. They are
beginning
in the
of the
procurement
financial
plan.
year.
Yes, Chair, they are.
So it was there. So you can confirm that it was approved by the cabinet.
It is approved. The procurement plans are approved
by the cabinet.
Yes.
So if in one way maybe we request the PPRA to give us the procurement plan, because so far we have not received the procurement plan. So what if we request the PPRA to give us? So it will be in conformity.
Yes, Chair.
With what the department will give us.
We have the procurement plan, and of course they were submitted to the respective entities, and the Chair, they are there.
So if they will give us and then you give us, it will conform.
It will.
Yeah. So, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, for the Ad-hoc Committee. My name is Paul Chirchir Taribo. I am a member of this committee. My sincere apologies, Chairman, for coming in late. I was away. I thought I was going to be here in time, but I could not make it. Now, my question, Chairman, would the CEC for Finance, just in brief, take us through the process of procurement up to the point of pay? Just in brief, for purposes of this meeting.
Chair, I think for any procurable item, of course the user department will write a requisition for the works or the services that has to be rendered. And this requisition will be forwarded to the accounting officer, who is the CEO, by, of course, and then later on to the director, supply chain management.
Who writes the requisitions? CEO or
the user? If a department wants to procure something, yes, they'll have to write a request.
Who compiled the request?
The
CEO,
you see now,
director or CC?
The director, of course, of a department will make a requisition to the CEO, who will in turn also forward to the director supply chain, of course, to give a direction on the method of procurement that can be used to procure that service.
Okay, so that we cannot come back when we are going through the documents. What does the requisition contain? Like now, we want to do an event. For example, want to do a public participation. Does the requisition contain the venue? Kindly, just tell us what does it.
Yes, the procuring entity will of course have to indicate the activity that is going to be undertaken. And in this activity, what are the essentials or the issues that we will need to use? If, say, public participation, if we will need public address system, of course, he or she will indicate. Yeah.
Chairman, we need to be very clear. I say for purposes of this meeting, the terms of reference are very clear. For example, I want us to use number one. The list is as payee, payment, amount, goods, supply. For purposes of this meeting and the document which is before the committee,
yes,
would you tell us whether the department, the relevant department, where, for example, the supply and delivery of furniture and fittings originated a requisition? So who originated this requisition from the department? Just for purposes of this meeting, give us for number one.
I've said it can
and
be...
and allow us to get to know the whole process from requisition in brief to payment.
Now, Chair, like now in finance, for example, we have several directorates. Let's say the directorate for revenue, for example. When
Chairman, maybe I also wanted to ask such a question. Let's say there is a road in Ainamoi that needs to be repaired. Kindly take us through, because some of us are laymen. I am an educationist, I am a teacher. Honorable Paul Chirchiria is a bursar. Matthew somehow understands some of these things, because in the other world, before he was given the opportunity to represent people, he used to be a contractor. But after being elected, he stopped. Now, there is a road in Ainamoi. I want this road to be constructed. So take us through the entire procedure, especially me and Paul Chirchir, because we are not aware of some of these things. A road has, people in Ainamoi has proposed a road to be constructed. So take us through and
thank you.
That payment button.
Thank you, DS. I think if there is a road that is to be done, first and foremost, we must look whether the budget provision is there for that particular road to be constructed. Then
who confirms that there are funds?
We have the inspectors.
Who confirms when, for example, if the officer requisitioning at this stage, does he know that funds are available?
The budget is there in the department. Of course, the CEO and the directorates that are under him who sits with them, and they, of course, know this is a budget for this financial year, and the activities that we have to undertake this financial year are as follows. And then now a requisition will emanate asking for the building of that road, and we have the road inspector who will, of course, have to go and assess and give a report, so that, we cannot just have a blanket. If we had given, say, 5 million for a road, we cannot just say we will award works.
So, kama nimekusikiza vizuri, so kuunda BQ starts before requisition, or requisition starts before BQ? Because I've heard you saying that inspector is given a request that go and do bill of quantities for this road.
If you want to do a BQ, you must assess. You must assess the road.
Is it assessed before requisition?
Yes,
or
you assess. Requisition? Requisition is done. Then you go assess. Once you have assessed, then the BQ is developed. And once the BQs are developed, of course, we will now...
Chairman, the Honorable CC...
Now you are taking me to...
We asked you, in brief,
yes,
for purposes of what is before this committee, to take us through from requisition all through up to payment. But now you're telling this committee that when a request is made, it goes to the CEO. Then the CEO directs maybe the head of the department. When is the BQ raised? Is the BQ raised at the requisition level, or it is raised after requisition? So let me ask, do you raise a BQ before the requisition or after requisition?
The BQ is raised after requisition.
You're wrong there.
No.
So how do you, how will you get your estimates then?
Because the BQ is an estimate. And
so before you raise, you need to have an estimate, and the estimate is the BQ.
And the estimate is as a result of an inspection. Somebody must have. If you have not assessed the road,
you don't inspect.
How do I sit in an office and come up with a BQ?
It is an inventory.
Yes.
The department does an inventory.
Yes.
At an inventory level is now to list the number of roads and the estimates.
Correct.
Okay, Chairman, if you don't mind, Wazir.
Yes.
We want to start paying this voucher. We want to build the voucher now. And we start by giving an example of this payment of provision of public address system, tents, chairs, equipment for public sensitization. That is, we can use this one for, do you know? The one limited. We want to start using this.
Yes.
And Chairman, if you can allow, you take us through. Like now we have the requisition. We start with requisition, we go so that we can see whether that the documents that are the documents that are attached are the one that you are telling us. Can we start paying this one, was it? There is something that I want us to go through, and I will let you know that I want us to start paying this fortune.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Waziri, what Mheshimiwa Matu and Mheshimiwa are saying is that we want now to requisition for the provision of public address system, tents, chairs, and refreshments for public sensitization from the onset. So you can tell us the first thing to be done.
Like now, this one is a requisition from a senior economist and acting head of M&E. This one, Nancy Chemtai, to CPA Kireri.
Yes,
that is a requisition.
That's a requisition.
And that was on 19 July 2024.
Correct.
Is it possible that you read everything from your end now, since that you have the same document?
Yes.
Yes, kindly.
So this is a requisition from the senior economist, that is Nancy Chemtai, to the CEO Finance.
Raise your voice, so raise your voice.
I'm saying this is the requisition from the senior economist and acting head of MNT to CPA George Kirui, the CEO Finance. And in this requisition is for supply and delivery of public address system, tents, chairs, and refreshments for sensitization of Kericho County planning and budgeting process. And the letter is done by Nancy, signed by her, and it is forwarded to the head of the chief officer, finance.
So, Waziri, my big question here is that the requisition should state the activity,
yes, it
and
is
the venue, and the venue. I want you to read for us the venue, so that when we linked together with the invoice and delivery, we'll be able to know the venues of this event.
You need, this one is county-wide because of the 6 sub-counties that we must do public participation. So it has, I think, a breakdown of what is required.
No, Waziri.
Yes.
We want to be generous in terms of time, understanding, and everything. Does the requisition needs to state activity and the venue?
Yes. Yes.
Kindly, can you show us where is the venue of this event?
This one is the County Government of Kericho intends to sensitize public members of the public of Kericho County planning and budget making process to improve the quality of participation and involvement. And this is for all the sub-counties. It makes one requisition for all the six sub-counties.
But is there anywhere that is stating in six sub-counties in the document?
It is missing, but the Kericho County.
Thank you, Waziri. We'll be taking short answers when
correct.
It is missing.
Missing, yeah.
Okay.
Before you go to the next, I've seen that there are 2 people who have signed approvals down there. The first one, Ninan?
The first one is the CEO of Finance.
The first one is Gillian.
Is it Gillian or CEO?
The CEO of Finance to Gillian, of course. And then
but kindly check, Waziri.
The approvals.
The approvals.
And number 2.
Number 1 and number 2. So
number one is CEO of Finance. Is marking it to Gillian, Director of Supply Chain.
I angalia vile umeandika that request.
Approve. Advice.
Number 2 ni nani? Number 2 ni nani?
Number 2 is now marking back to the CEO of Finance after, this is comment, approve, advice on method to be used.
Waziri?
Yes.
Twende pole pole. Nanzi ndiye amefanya
request the CEO.
Ikaenda kwa CEO, si ndio? So the first person to approve should be the CEO, si ndio? Ukiangalia hapo chini, the CEO Finance ni number 2.
Well, number 1 is the CEO of Finance that is marking to the director. Here he is. He can explain. Yeah.
Yes, honorable members of the committee. When you mark not number 1, you mark up there. It is the person you are addressing it to. So I mark as number 1, and I'm addressing it to Gillian. That's why I've signed down there CEO Finance.
With which number?
Number 1. Number 1, that is me writing number 1. To Gillian, that is where it is.
Kama ni tofauti na hii yetu basi. Acha lete tuone alafu rudisha. Able to guide hapo, hiyo imeandikwa 2 na huko kando 1.
Yes, as I was explaining, Chair, number 1, it is me marking to Gillian. So what comes as a heading up there is the person the memo the folio sheet is being addressed to. So it is to Gillian, Director Supply Chain Management, that this is approved advice on procurement method, and I've signed off down there. That is me signing off. And then now Gillian number 2 says recommended, because in the Procurement Act that is their role. So they have recommended use of RFQ method. Thank you.
So you approved it without signing anywhere that you have approved? Because kama ungeshika hii barua si unge receive kwamba I have received, then after that tusukume sasa to Gillian, then Gillian akurudishie you sign, kwa sababu hii ya chini sasa it's now correct, but now there is nowhere that you have confirmed that you received this document. Ama ikikuja una forward to just like that.
Chair, you know, this is an internal memo within the department, but take on advisement that we should receive internal documents, and it is yes, it's a good recommendation. We appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, George. Okay. So that is the second thing. Number 1, the requisition does not indicate the venue of the event, and then Waziri, the venue of the event is attached. If you can go back, I want you to see the venue of the event. Supply, delivery of PA system, tents, chairs, refreshments, snacks, and water drink during sensitization and public of planning of Kericho County. Unit number 1, S1, that is item, PA system with backup generator. Number of the generators in Adokana is 30 watts. Public attendance, 300. Unit cost per generator is 25,000. Estimate cost is 750,000. That is now the requisition from economic planning to the CEO.
Yes.
Is it possible that you go through that document, Wazir?
Yes, Chair, I think as rightly put by Honorable Matthew.
But before you are indicated that this is a sub-county event, and now it is going to what level?
Possible, yes, because in sub-county we have the wards, and that has always been taking place whenever we do public participation. So, Chair, the first one is public address system that we have captured as 30 in number for the 30 wards. There is 300 attendance members estimated. The cost is 750. Tents number 100-seater. Number of watts. This is quantity. You know there is number of stroke quantity. 90, and then attendance is 300.
Are you able to explain what you have said, the number of watts, stock quantity?
You see,
yes.
For we should be using the number of watts. And,
which is 30 watts.
Which is 30 watts.
And then so which means, for example, for PA system backup.
Yes.
Which means every ward had a generator to facilitate power supply.
We just say PA system with backup in case there will be.
So one generator per ward.
Power outage, they can use the generator.
So one generator per ward.
When activities are taking place in all the wards, yes.
Yeah. So it was hired. Proceed.
So we did tents at 8,500 per unit. That costed us 765. Chairs was 300. That is quantity is 9,000. At 300, that costed us 180,000. Sodas, 300 millimeter. Quantity is 7,500. We are assuming the attendance are 300 at 40 shillings. That is 300,000. water, 9,000 number of the quantity, assuming attendance will be around 300. I'm saying assuming attendance, the attendance is 300 at 40 shillings again for water, at 360,000. Bread at 300 for 9,000 people. So at 35 shillings, we are charging, that is totaling 315,000. Milk for those who doesn't take soda and what have you, at 90,000. So totaling to 2,760,000. That is the requisition.
Okay, Wazir, if you can see that attachment, there is no signing of approval. There is only one signature from Nancy Chemutai.
Chair, this attachment was attached to the requisition letter that was brought to the CEO.
So it was not a must to be approved, or to acknowledge that these are the requirements. To acknowledge that the way Nancy Chemutai acknowledged with her signature. That is what I've requested.
No, but on the face of the letter, it was approved by the CEO. Yeah.
Another question, Waziri, is that after that requisition from the Nancy Chemutai to CPA Kirer, it is going to CPA Kirer to confirm availability of funds.
Correct.
Is it true, Waziri?
Yes.
And then, Waziri, CEO Finance has just confirmed that there is availability of money. Now, the same CEO, CPA, sent to Gillian to advise on the method of procurement after confirming. True?
Yes.
So, here Waziri, CEO Finance confirmed that there is availability of 2.7 million, 2,760,000. And then what was paid in the forger, Waziri? Where will you get the extra money to pay? What was paid in the forger, Waziri? You can read the forger, directly to the forger.
Chair, I think you know this is a BQ. This is an estimate from the user department, and once now you float the quotations, because you can't have control of, you cannot really fix it at the figure that you indicated,
Waziri,
because that was an estimate.
Waziri,
yes.
From the end of experience, the contractor should have quoted down from what the CPA Kirer has just confirmed availability of resources. What if that the department will not be having the enough resources to come and pay extra amount?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. Like Waziri has said, the moment you have approved an activity and the procurement process starts, and based on the recommendation given by the head of supply chain management, there's no control over that. What locks the funding of, for example, 2.895500 is when we are issuing the LPO or the LSO. When you are doing a requisition in IFMIS, you do a requisition based on your estimate so that you get a negotiation number, so that the same is to allow the submission of the bids. And as you do that, you do not have any control over what will be quoted, because that is a procurement process, and these bids are sealed and subsequently evaluated. So yes, there's a question of where is the difference coming from, but virtually as per the estimate given by the requester, that is in this case the senior economist, is a tentative figure of what it could cost. And then now subsequently the procurement process starts, which ends in whatever case. So for example, let me use an example. If the figure was above, for example, 3 million, these would have been unresponsive and would have gone back to the drawing board. So it's only that the wiggle room and the quoted figure fell within. So generally the aspect is the procurement process, once it starts, even when you have in a budget, for example, 15 million flat, and a procurement process starts, it might be 15 million, it might be 14 million, it might be 16 million. That is market dynamics. We really are not in control over that. Thank you.
Okay, another thing is that, so that I can give my colleagues to contribute on that, is that there was a reposition, yes. There was a confirmation of resources, yes. There was advice from Head of Procurement on the method to be used, yes. So I want to ask Waziri on the reposition. Hatujaambiwa ilikuwa 6 sub-counties ama in 30 works. But according to us, in the list of requisition items, it is in 30 works. Was this event done in a day? In 30 works? That is what I want to know from your end, Waziri. Is there pictorials to support that this event was done in Chai, for example, where I'm coming from, or Belgut sub-county? Kindly, if you can tell us, Waziri, is there anything that can support to show that this event was done in a sub-county or in a ward level? Because having 30 generators and tents, kindly.
Chair, as I respond to that, I'm sorry, we may not be in a position. Of course, when we are making payment vouchers, we don't support with the pictorials. But I want to confirm to this Honourable House that, yes, public participation took place. In some, I was the person who really attended, the one that was in Leyte. And personally, I was there. So it took place. But I was in Leyte in town. Leyte in town is...
The question is, Waziri, is it sub-county or ward level?
That was in sub-county when I'm commissioning it so that the officers can now go out and do it elsewhere.
Okay.
So I am still interested in the process. So you have received a requisition from the department. So what is the next step? So I was interested in you taking us through the process up to the payment, just in brief.
As per this, the next step was, of course, the quotation after the approval by the director, and the quotation was floated. A tender was awarded, or a contractor was sourced, of course, and tendering took place. So once that contractor has been identified, the award letter was given, and the signing, if there was anything to sign, the signing of the contract is done by the chief officer. Of course, a professional opinion is also given by the head of supply chain, and then an LSO and LPO can be issued for the contractor now to proceed to execute the works. And after that, of course, once the work has been done, an inspection team is also sent to, which is appointed by the CO to confirm or verify the works that has been done or the services delivered. And then an invoice then will be issued to have the payment voucher drafted. And then in the payment voucher we will attach the invoice, the LPO, the inspection report if any, the professional opinion, the contract, the award letter, minutes of the opening and evaluation team, and then the request.
Thank you. I think I have heard you. So when an LSO has been issued, is it binding between the contractor and the county?
LSO is a legal document. It is an accountable document. That means it is, once it is issued, it is binding.
It's binding.
Yeah.
So are there instances, for example, where an LSO can be decommitted?
Can be?
Decommitted.
I don't know in what instances, unless if the contractor didn't take up the contract. But we only commit once you have been awarded the tender and you have started works, then it cannot be decommitted.
So all the contractors at the county who have been issued LSOs, the LSOs are binding between the contractors and the county. Are you confirming that to this committee?
And the awarding department of the CEO. Of that
Sorry?
particular, I'm saying it is binding between the department, the CEO department, and the contractor, which is the county government of Kericho.
Is it? Are you saying it's binding between the departmental CEO?
Yeah, the person signing the LSO, because of course he has is mandated to sign by the PFM. So it is, of course, it becomes a county document. We own it as a county.
Okay. So all CEOs, you give them what are revenue officers, and they are the accounting officers for each department.
Yeah, we appoint them as receivers.
As receivers of revenue.
Yes, but they are the accounting officers.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Paul. Mheshimiwa Mati.
Okay, just a question. What is the role of examiner in when they are going through a forgery? Because there was something that was done by this contractor, like supplying sodas, breads, milk. Is it a requirement that the contractor to submit a delivery, and whoever that is receiving also to receive and confirm that indeed the contractor supplied the same?
Correct.
Because here, this is a public participation. This is a public participation. Was it?
In normal situation, anything that is delivered must be received.
Must receive.
Yeah.
So we will go through your forger to confirm whether that we have delivery, and then the delivery in this case also need to be in different dates or the same dates for sub-counties or for wards. I want us to go through this forger, Waziri, and we'll learn a lot.
Yeah, in that connection, Waziri, I want you also to confirm to me which comes earlier between award and acceptance. When you award somebody today, are you going to call the same person the same day to come and to bring the acceptance letter?
You can, once the award has been given to a contractor, because the contract is detailed, he has to accept if he is going to perform the
activity. Will it be the same day?
Yeah, it is possible if the contractor was ready and waiting for the job. It is possible.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you confirming with this committee that an award is given today, then the same contractor can give an acceptance letter?
After going through the award letter, he can, if he is ready.
How about the mandatory 14 days?
Not for the acceptance, no. Oh, George.
Yes, when a letter of award is issued, there's the notice of intention to award, which is done.
That's different.
And that was a change in the procurement law brought about by the regulations 2020. And then now a standstill period of 14 days. This is to safeguard the appeals period as required by the procurement law. So the notice of intent to award is issued, and then now there's a standstill period of 14 days. Then after 14 days, now you give the award There's notice of
How
intention.
about now, you've given an award today, and the contractor gives an acceptance letter the same day.
That is what I'm trying to explain. There's a document that has been introduced by the regulations to take care of the 14-day appeal period called the letter of intention to award, that you plan to award in 14 days. If there's a reservation, you raise it with the Administrative Review Board for consideration. So after expiry of the 14-day standstill period is when the accounting officers issues the letter of award, which can be accepted the same day, because the 14 days required in law have been taken care of.
How will you notify the contractor within the same day?
Sorry?
How will you notify the contractor that bring the acceptance letter? I've already awarded you today.
You know, with e-procurement, most of these processes are automated. As we discuss right here, right now, we are looking at the manual process. There's the automated process, such that after scoring, the person knows after 14 days, if there's no appeal, you are expecting to win the contract. The letter of intention to award is even to the successful one and the unsuccessful ones. So that now, after 14 days, and there's no reservation, automatically they know this information is coming to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So much more, we can proceed. At least we are able to.
Waziri, on the issue of the delivery note, and then also, if it is possible, you can confirm that this document does not contain a delivery note. And then number two, if I'm giving, I think that is now will come from your end, but the issue of pictorials, you have just said is not part of the payment document that is required, but I think we will ask the contractor when the time comes. The issue of delivery note, who received the said breads, who received the said sodas and milk from your Department of Economic Plan.
Chair, allow me through you, Chair, that yes, I'm not seeing the delivery notes captured here, but these are additional information that we can provide here. But the recipient should be those officers who have been posted to those different wards or stations to take the public participation. So again, Chair, that is something we will check on.
Okay, Waziri, economic planning domicile in Department of Finance. I think it is not fair that you can tell this committee the public participation that we are talking about, it was done in a ward level or a sub-county level. It is very important that you state for the record. For the record, members of the public are following this discussion. I want just to know from your side, was this public participation done in a ward level or a sub-county level?
Chair, this requisition from the wardens, it is in the county, which means it is a sub-county level. But going down, you can still find that we went to the wards to carry out the public participation. And I can attest to this when in Chilchila, we did it in Chilchila, we did it in Kamasha. So some, yes, sub-county, some wards.
So meaning, Waziri, this event was not done in a day.
Public participation, we normally give about 3 to 4 days.
But this is a public participation also. I think this one was during for, I think it's ADP, because you cannot do budget process in July when we are starting the financial year. I think that is the time that you should be implementing what you have budgeted for that new year. If you can check your document, Waziri, you will see the dates. It is 19th of July. And now we are it. Waziri, this 19th of July. Now we are in July. Is there any public participation going on for the next financial year?
Right now, Honorable Member.
Is there any public participation going on?
Right now?
Yes.
No. But
now
the
this one
process-
was last year, July, the same month like this.
Yes.
It was a public participation.
Of course,
So budget making process.
budget making process has started. I want to confirm to you that it has started, and such communications will come to the CEO for approval.
It's okay, but it starts with which step? The first step is which one? We accept the process has started for the 26, 27, but they are starting with which
Like
step?
now, we want to, of course, do the APR, then we do the ADP, then we
So
will
ADP
do
will be
the Finance Act.
ADP will be forwarded to this assembly in September.
Yeah.
Is that so? So are you saying
and
that now?
even the APR.
So mbona haikuandikwa ADP, ikaandikwa budget making process? Remember,
Because the ADP, Honorable Chair, informs the budget that is going to be presented to this Honorable House.
alafu ile mtafanya in April itaitwa nini?
April.
Yenye mtafanya in April.
Yeah.
In March, sorry, in March. Yenye mtafanya in March.
Is actually
For estimates itaitwa nini?
For the estimates, it's of course a budget estimates, but we will be looking at all these documentations. Was all these programs captured in the ADP, the CIDP?
So thank you very much, Chairman. Now, my question to CEC and your department. For a payment forger to be complete, did this document originate from your office? A copy of this?
Yes.
Are you confirming with this committee that this is a document that originated from your office?
The payment
and is a copy, and these are copies of the original, true copies of the original?
The payment forger?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, attached documents. So is this a complete document for payment, or you think there are documents that are missing in this document?
We have confirmed that the delivery is not in this payment voucher.
So
and
you are confirming this committee that
we can provide that.
This document, so this document is incomplete?
Yes, because of the delivery that is missing.
So when do you think you can give us a copy of the delivery?
We will do it even at the end of this day.
At the end of this day.
Because they are in the office.
So with that delivery note, this document will be complete?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, George, bado narudi tu sijakuwa satisfied on that answer of a specific day. Then you can be awarded today, accept today, sign contract today. Bado sijakuwa satisfied. Naweza nielezea vizuri. Nielewe.
Now, there's a document that let me repeat that, and I want to believe the committee will find it to ask the director supply chain management, because now she is more proficient on the matter. But the moment you issue a notification of intent to award a contract, that comes in the standard form of tender to safeguard the 14 days required by law. On the lapse of the 14 days, it is assumed there's no appeal, there's no reservation on the same raised, and the same notification of intent to award is sent to all the contractors that participated or the suppliers that participated in the procurement process. After the lapse of that 14 days is when you issue the notice, the notification of award. And that will be now to the main contractor who was successful in the bid, that there is no further appeal. You see, within the law, the intention was, one, take care of the 14 days, and unless now the law again changes to introduce another 14 days. Because now when you do notification of award, ideally, then we are saying we introduce another 14 days to make it 28 days. So I'd like to leave my submission at that, and I want to believe the Director Supply Chain Management, who's best briefed on the matter, can better articulate that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, George, what if I say that the payment of this document was predetermined, will I be lying? Because three things cannot happen within a day. You cannot issue an award at the same time the contractor accepts as he signs the contract. What if I say it was predetermined? Will I be lying?
Chair, again, what the reservation, and that's what I'm trying to say, the explanation I'm giving is best guided by the Procurement Act, and there's a professional who guides on the same matter. The moment we have issued the notification of award, I want to believe the same is adequately communicated, because this is an activity that could have been, that is already planned. That's why a requisition was there in the first place. And I want to believe the same was executed in due time. Thank you.
Okay, what if now she appears and then she says that it was not supposed to be like that? Who are we going to blame? Who will take the liability?
The chair, as well guided in the designation of the accounting officer, it's the accounting officer. But again, based on the advice of the director supply chain management. That's why even in the first requisition, after we approve, we ask for advice, and that is within the law.
So I'm saying that when she comes in and she says it was done incorrectly, so who is going to take the liability?
Yes, I think that one, Chair, leave it to the committee to determine. Thank you, Chair.
So you cannot advise? You cannot advise on that, on the liability? Waziri, who's going to take the liability?
Chair, I think the procurement law is clear on who is going to take a liability whenever payment or such award is, is that. So it is in the procurement law.
So
not payment.
So in this case is the AIOL.
Somehow.
Members, let's proceed. You have something?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to also maybe just ask a few questions. These are my general questions that I have for you as finance team. The reason why we are here is because of some claims that there were some fictitious payments that were done. And as a paying or a finance team, maybe you will clarify. I think this is also touches on what my colleagues have asked about. My concern is, do we have poor internal controls and oversights within this finance department? Because we are here today because of payments that were done, that if as a department you had done your internal controls, maybe you would have stopped the payments if we confirm actually that the payments were done irregularly. And also, maybe as a department, do you do your due diligence, your procedures to verify, the legitimacy of the suppliers before you make these payments? And also, I know we have an internal audit department. Do they do any of their audits before or after these payments? If so, what are the findings on this? Thank you.
Chair, through you, Chair, I want to confirm to this committee that yes, we do have internal controls within the finance department. And that is why whenever a payment forger lands, there must be somebody receiving, and must be an examiner who will examine the payment forger. There must be one who will be doing the invoicing in the IFMIS. There must be an accountant who will also check, the principal accountant who will have to check whether all the paper supporting documents are there in the payment forger. We have the chief finance officer who will also look at it before he appends his signature. And of course, I believe all the accounting officers are well versed on the methods of making payments and what is supposed to be attached to any payment. The auditors, yes, come in because after sometimes the auditors were not allowed to do post-audit. They will do after. Pre-audit, they'll do post-audit. So they will look at these payments after it has been done. And that is why I haven't said in this, I've mandated the auditor in our offices to look into this report and give us a report again on the same. Due diligence, yes, is done before a supplier is given works. That is in the procurement law, and it is being followed. Some could have been pre-qualified after, of course, checking on the existence of those companies. And therefore, when we are coming for RFQs, we pick from those which had been pre-qualified. So, yes, due diligence is done. Thank you.
Maybe, Chair, just another follow-up on that response. It's like Waziri is telling us there's no case to answer in this committee because everything is done as per what you mentioned, which hope you prove us wrong, all right, once we are done with this committee.
We have done our part, Honorable Chair. We know we followed the right procedures while doing all these, processing these payments. And of course, you know, the committee have all the latitude. Of course, to make a decision, let me not go towards that. But I know the payments in question are well supported.
Thank you so much, Francis.
Thank you so much, Chairman. The issue at hand is very weighty. Waziri and your team, the allegation is that you paid fictitious payments to several companies which for the goods which were and goods and services which were never delivered. What are the evidence or the defense mechanism you have to prove that this committee that indeed the goods and services were really delivered for the payments which were really you paid to these companies? What evidence or what defense do you have to prove that indeed the goods and services were delivered?
Through the Chair,
Francis. Yes, respond.
Through the Chair, I want to disagree with the statement of fictitious. Payments were done, and payments were paid to contractors for services and goods delivered. And I want to invite even this Honorable House that if you want to do verification, our office is open. That is why we have attached all the required documents in the payment forgers. There is nothing to hide, so that any agency, including this Honorable House, can come and do the verification.
Okay, so Waziri, another question is that when Deputy Governor was here, he said that he received this information outside the normal channels that he normally receives such informations. Does it mean there is something that is going on in your department, especially finance? There is deals that is maybe so, or who is leaking informations? Because this thing was supposed to be solved at your own levels. So do you think there is somebody you mulimuruka akaamua
I don't think that is what really happened. It is so unfortunate that even His Excellency the Deputy Governor never even consulted me on this before he went to the press. I only found this in the press. And even that same day, when he was coming to issue the presser, I met him on the stairs and we shook hands. He never told me, Rob, there are some issues here. I want you to look so sit with me, we look into this. But I found him out there issuing a press statement that he has gotten. So we really want to look into this. We said the house is burning, let us first suppress the fire. Once the fire is suppressed, then we will look into the systems and see who is doing this. And I know this house, you are privy of the person who shared the information, because the DG vividly said he got the information from a third or a second person. So it is not himself. So I know you can interrogate that person and then allow us to know who this person could be.
But Waziri, a whistleblower in this matter is none other than assistant principal to the governor. Meaning that even if we continue like this, at some point, governor can become a whistleblower. So the issue at hand, Waziri, we might not even be able even to discuss whether that this information was channeled through which method, but we are here. We are already here, Waziri.
Yes.
The issue that I can just, I can give as an opinion, and also as a question to you, as an expert, as a leader. You have served as an MP, Member of Parliament. We have the expert, we have the PhD at George Greer, the Dr. Fernandez. What advice can you give us as even the committee? Because sometimes when we receive such issues, in fact, we are taking a lot of time here debating on who supplied milk, who paid generator, and the rest of the Kericho County are in Kiprugut Chuma Stadium discussing how we can open doors for investors so that we can improve the revenue that we are collecting. So, Waziri, can you advise us?
I think
if at some point the driver can become a passenger, if at some point a passenger can become a driver, if at some point the conductor also can become a manaba at some point, can you tell us, Waziri, we want now to talk, leave alone the procedure that you want to make a forger to pay. Let's discuss. We are here discussing who supplied milk. The investors in the stadium who are waiting for such praise of Greer are there sitting with members of the public. We are holding as old CPN, Dr. here, with experience, who can tell the investors what to be done so that we can generate a very good revenue for this county. We are holding him here to account on issues milk. Waziri, are we in the right trajectory?
Yes, in that connection also, I want to ask, is this thing also politically instigated? Because you as Rob is coming from Kipkelian, almost the same constituency, Nadiji. Magarer, the same thing. Is there an equation here that is not adding up to an extent whereby they have decided to whistleblow, maybe to datify some people's name?
Honorable Chair, let me not comment on the politics. I'm now a public servant. I'm serving the county of Kericho, and I'm doing it right.
But it's a political
I want to disapprove and to disagree with the honorable member who brought these allegations. Was listening to him, he also got it from some other quarters. So it is not real facts. It's not factual. He also got it. This just looks like
But
so,
Waziri,
yes.
Outside even that, outside the whistleblower, outside whoever that shared the information to him, you have just confirmed as date of station that you did paid. We have gone through one fortune. You have just confirmed that some things are missing. So, Waziri, don't even go to that direction. If you go to that direction, we'll come back on delivery.
Correct.
We have just asked you, are we in the right trajectory as the county?
Chair.
And then we have a question.
Chair, we are on the right trajectory. I don't want us to sound bad signals to our investors. We are on the right trajectory. Looking at even the performance of the county in terms of on-source revenue. And it is so unfortunate that this thing came out immediately. We pronounced ourselves on the performance of our revenue collections, which has actually improved from 800 million to 1 billion. So it is like someone was trying to water down the good performance of the county government of Kericho. That to me, because nobody has ever praised us for improving in terms of revenue collection, but they are just on one side eating.
Waziri, hiyo mambo ya revenue mimi nitakata.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I withdraw, Chairman. I withdraw.
Even ukiongea juu ya revenue, amuje hit 1 billion. Nataka tumukue sincere pia.
No, we have already.
Unless umeongeza ile hospitali.
I've withdrawn that, Chair. It is in the budget. The budget is both FIF and OSR. and we report all of it as Treasury.
Chairman, I will book a day you appear here for that. Then we will tutaangalia na wewe.
Right, yeah.
Mheshimiwa.
Chairman, allow me to ask Waziri one question. Waziri and Paul B. I represent the great people of South. And I had a lot of interest actually in coming back because I was in the field. When I was told that you were here, I've heard you, I've listened to what you're saying. That you are transparent and you are open, if we need any documentation. Have in mind, Waziri, that you took a lot of time actually to give this committee some documents. And to date, I'm told that there are some actually not even, brought forward. Now, how open are you? How transparent are you? Yet, if you can provide a document, it takes you long, to bring a document. And yet you are saying you are transparent and open. Have in mind, the whistleblower was here this morning. And he talked his heart and his mind that indeed he wants, to help the public. And have in mind, these are public resources. You have a very special team here. It's so shaming to bring a whole PID here, seated, asking very, very, simple questions. Yet, this team, you have a responsibility to take, to tackle, to look into that office. Now, inside what we've seen, yes, you've brought some, and these ones which you didn't, forward the documentation. Where are they? Yet you are claiming that you are transparent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair, I want to say that, in the invite we had, there is a schedule of appearance, and our thinking was those that relates to the invitees that have been invited or to come up with the payment forgers. But we were sent out before you came to ask them to submit the documents, and one department has already done the submission. Others had assured me by in the next 1 hour we should be having all the documents for the department. The audit exercise is still
Which
on.
department is that?
This one is health. Which one is this? Health, yes.
Imekuwa received tuko kwa clerk.
No, they just brought them direct.
So you could receive the kwanza.
So I've instructed all the CEOs that are in question to provide, because one, after payments, all the payment forgers were taken back to the department. But I want to give an assurance to these honorables that we renovated the old chambers. We renovated the old chambers where it will be now a place where we will skip all the paid forgers in that strong room for safe custody and ease of, getting the payments whenever asked. So this financially, in fact, the CEO has already written to all the CEOs to surrender back all the payments.
Okay.
Chairman, since the whistleblower, brought forward, what is before us today. Last week, for your information, Chairman, I've tried to ask, where are these cotton? Where are these, which were delivered, in some societies? For your information, last week, it was delivered to Toroitai, the feeds and everything. But when you ask where the delivery is, it's not there. In fact, the society just received, just because, they've known that wameshikwa. Why do it now? Why do it now? Why is it that you didn't do it before?
Yeah, Waziri, respond to the two.
Sure,
the current supply and also the transparency. You did ask
the transparency, yes, we are transparent. I said we are not hiding any information. Whenever we are asked to provide information, we will do it. as required by the law. Some of the issues raised by honourable member is that the good thing is that the CEO agriculture is appearing before as per this schedule, this honourable house on, and she or he will answer why the delay, if there was any delay to that effect. To us, we know the supply was done.
But the issue was leave alone even waiting for the CEO. With us here, we will try as much as possible to do our work. If the Department of Agriculture are trying to do the work that they had already been paid, Waziri, you are the head of finance. You cannot let the money to contractor to go and do it. Instead, the contractor is just to lend money to the county by doing so that you can come and pay. And it is unfortunate if that allegation that is raised by honorable member is true. I can swear that one, even the CEO need to prepare very well before appearing before us.
Okay, thank you. So, members, do you have anything else? Okay. So, Waziri, CEO and CFO, I want to thank you for coming. And I want to assure you that we are going to do our work. We are going to make sure that all the documentation is availed. We will use our own way to gather information so that the public will get the right information. Let me request that in that 1 hour, we'll be able to have received all the documents as per our invitation letters. Otherwise, we wish you the very best and be ready in case we want to see you. Please appear or forward any document for us. Otherwise, thank you so much and we wish you the very best.
Thank you, Chair. Most obliged.
Can be escorted through this. Waingie kwa speaker kidogo.
Chair, you've handled the mkutano so well, and I leave the members to make their decision. Let me not say go and make your rightful decision as members of this honorable house. Thank you.
I escort them through this. George, your files ni yangu ama? Hizo.